that we had in the local income taxes. That was based on the information that we received from the Department of Local Government Finance, as I mentioned yesterday morning. So that's a reduction from what I had estimated previously, in total of $275,602. It's still an overall increase from last year of $651,000 approximately. Also on the sheet down at miscellaneous revenues, I added $700,000 based on Barb's new projection on where she'll come in with investment earnings. So those two changes on the revenue side then translate to the next sheet that you have, which is a general fund analysis. You'll see at the top there the changes that rolled forward from the revenue, and then further down, I took out the line item because I thought it was confusing for the commissioner's fuel. They had budgeted fuel in a different line item in 26 budget than what they had in the 25 budget. So I hadn't seen those differences when I was coming up, so I wanted to take that out. I actually then added it back in the other line. There's no net change.
Yep.
I took out the $1 million for the community crossing money. I did change that line item somewhat. It was confusing, and the commissioners said that the salt barn was both in their county general fund, and it was in that same line item. So I highlighted, so I put that in there so you can see the difference. So they still have $1 million in their budget in their general fund budget for roads. So I wanted to show that. We also then, because of the change in the lit number for the correction facilities lit, because that went down from what we had estimated, it will increase the amount of general fund that we will need to supplement to maintain the jail, to run the jail. So that's why that $35,303 is in that line item. Then I took out the Heflin sewage upgrade. I didn't put it anywhere else because I didn't know where it was gonna go. All I knew was you're not gonna pay for it out of general fund.
Didn't we suggest seated?
Yeah.
And then I took out the $950,000 out of the council budget for consulting. So that will leave $100,000 in the council budget for consulting. So those are your changes. Still have approximately 700,000 that would be available to budget or that you need to cut in order for projected revenues to equal expenses. Let me remind you, we have $30 million in the general fund right now. So we have sufficient balance that if you wanted to be a little short in this budget, we could. Because we have a hefty reserve.
And the general is not the same as rainy day. Correct.
That is not the same as rainy day. We also have 15 million in the rainy day. We have 5 million in the health trust reserve. We have $1 million in riverboat. We've got other little buckets of money running around.
Find what seat it is.
And we've got $8 million in seeded. So that's what I wanted to share with you as we started.
She's gonna have it to us by.
You didn't hear that. You didn't hear any of that.
Does anybody have any questions? I ran through that really fast.
George has a question.
I do. The 80 millions in seeded is not for us to be able to do anything with it. It's up to the commissioners. We approved their seeded plan.
Right.
But we don't have access to that, whatever the amount is that they have.
Yeah, we can't dictate it. I have asked the commissioners and Tina to give us a breakdown of how they plan on, like, how much has that been
Right.
accounted for?
Where's earmark?
They need to let us know, and we need to approve their plan.
Totally,
But once that plan is approved, whatever money they have is their monies to
totally,
spend,
100%.
not for us to be able to divert it into something
No,
else.
but we can make sure we're not planning on spending money on the same stuff.
And that was the same way that Lee and I talked after the meeting, was that we need to understand that their 5-year plan was earmarked for the next 5 years after the
Yep.
new tax stuff.
The new lit goes into effect in
Yeah,
2027 and
So
see
we
it goes away.
understand that. And the only other thing I had with you was the shift differential change, was that already, you already had that in the budget? When Brad came in yesterday, that we didn't need to add it in?
If it was budgeted, it's in budget.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was or we changed it.
we
I did
changed
not
it.
make any changes for any of that.
We budgeted for next year.
All right, it was already in there? Okay, that's all I have.
And the copy of this spreadsheet is in your drive.
Amazing.
Thank you, this helps out, yeah.
You're welcome.
Sheriff,
You ready for me?
bring it.
Okay, I'll
Slowly.
try to make this as easy as I can.
Okay.
So right out of the gates, I'm gonna start out with, hopefully some positive news here. You know, I met with you guys on and off the last couple of months. I was talking about how we had added, some money into some line items to offset some of our lost revenue that we were gonna get from phone services with an FCC ruling. That has been, postponed now, so it will not go into effect April of 2026. So it's been kicked down the road for at least another year. Well, obviously, I have to monitor that next year. I know the Indiana Sheriff's Association, the National Sheriff's Association worked really hard to get that fixed. Obviously, I don't know how that's going to turn out for 27. So what we did is we went back over the last few days and looked at those line items that we made some increases in to be able to offset that lost revenue. So we're comfortable enough to take those back to essentially 2025 numbers rather than adding those increases now. And there was an increase on the sheriff's side on the uniform supplies. I believe it was 2,400 is the line item. We deducted that we'd added 6,000. We deducted 6,000 off that. There was operating supplies, and you guys have this note sheet, $10,000. And then there was a repair and maintenance line item that we'd increased 5,000. We've taken those off. So there's $21,000 that we're comfortable enough that we will be able to be sufficient to continue doing like we've done this year and in years past to offset those expenses, not put those on essentially on the taxpayers' back, because it'll be offset with the phone revenues. On the jail side, jail operating supplies, there was $35,000 because a lot of that money offset some of the jail supplies. So there's $35,000 decrease in that line item on jail operating supplies. And then we'd increase training by 5, but we can take that $5,000 off. So there's $61,000 that we can readjust that money's back out of the budget that had been initially entered. The only thing is that I'd like for you guys to consider is adding, we are always trying to look at new technologies, new things to try to make our jobs easier and more fluid and streamlined so that the deputies can spend less time, whether it's writing reports, so they're out patrolling rather than writing a report for 2 hours, trying to knock that down. We've looked at some different stuff, test drove some different things on some dictation type programs to help that. That seems to be going good. The prosecutor's office has no issue with that. And so we're continuing to look at that technology. And then also for the jail side, we're always looking at ways to try to lessen our liability, you might say, in different ways, especially on the medical side. And there's a lot of technology that is coming about right now with health monitors that you monitor in a cell or in a cell block that will monitor those inmates. And then if something was to happen, it would send off an alarm, which would obviously help our staffing, monitor those cells that much better. So what I'd like to see if possible, and I just penciled in a $25,000 increase in professional services. And then on the jail, for the sheriff's side, for that, so that we can try to stay ahead of the game and be able to better utilize our staff that much better than we currently have. And then on the jail side, since there's not a professional services line, we put that into, I believe, what's it called? There's like a contractual services. And I don't know, and that'd be something that we need to work out, whether we just make a separate line just for that. That's what that money's to be used for. But anyway, with that savings, I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen in 27. Nobody knows, right? So obviously I wanted to make this budget as streamlined as possible, not come in here asking for anything unnecessarily, but when I met with you guys, you wanted a 5-year plan. In the last few pages of the PowerPoint, there is 5 years for staffing and capital expenses. And I'll say a little bit more on that, but just to get things started, I think that's some positive news that we're obviously not going to lose that revenue, which I think is good. But just want you to consider as we go through this of how we can maybe still be able to use some of that. We typically used commissary to try to get ahead of the curve on most of that stuff before we have to come and ask for money. But this would just be a way for us to kind of to keep continuing to get ahead of things and not get behind. So is there any questions on that little budget update sheet? Okay, so to get into this, I mean, it's pretty much no frills. There is major increases in a couple areas that are out of our control. That whole budget, 2% on the salary, that stays with what we was instructed to do on that. No additional staffing requests, no conversions. Overtime and shift differential would just increase a small amount to increase for the 2% in the raise. The big thing that's going to get your attention is the pension increase of $209,686. That comes back from the actuarial study that's put together by First America, and that they do that every year, and that's what they're requesting that we ask for. Usually, the way they do that is they give us 3 numbers. The council, you guys have always been really good at just funding at the recommended number, which is the middle number. It's important to stay on top of that because there has been counties that have not funded at the required level or what they recommended level, and then down the road, there's a catch-up day. Mark, I think when you was sheriff, you may have had to deal with some of that from prior years. So obviously, that is a big increase for the pension. On the fleet, we can just go over this. You want to split that? The fleet, we do our best to manage our fleet the best we can. We try to get them out to about 150,000 miles on our cars. We drive close to 1 million miles a year for the sheriff's office. That's a lot of miles. As of just earlier this year, from January till April, we've already done 250,000 miles. The average years on our fleet is 6 years, and the average miles on our fleet is close to 70,000. This is probably a month or so old data, so we're over that. So with that being said, with all that, our vehicles, we're looking at 5 vehicles for next year in the budget. For the replacement, and then 1 for the SRO position that we added for this year, so there'd be a total of 6 vehicles. You know, a few years ago, I told you that I was going to do my best, manage it with some other monies. The total for those is about 410,000. Our request is 385,000 because basically I'd said that we would try to make that 315,000 over the course of the next 5 years. I'd make up the difference either with asset forfeiture funds, or which is from money that we seize from drug dealers and that sort of stuff, or with the commissary. So we basically just took that where we was at the 315, and we added the 70,000 for that vehicle for the 6th vehicle. So it'd be a total of addition of 385,000 rather than the 410, and then we'll manage the fleet and we'll make it work the best we can on that. The cars always tend to be a big hot topic question. Is there anything on the vehicles before we dive into the next?
I'm just amazed that you're doing it at 150,000 miles, because I don't think it's changed with the insurance industry by saying that to try to get rid of about 100,000, not only safety for the officer, but everything involved with the vehicles. So you're doing well, keep them that long.
We are, and the deputies take good care of their vehicles. County Highway does a good job maintaining our vehicles, the fleet. So, and I think the vehicles that we've been getting are a little bit more, say, robust with the trucks and the SUVs more than back in the day when they were, cars and stuff. So I think that may make a difference also. Hopefully, over the next couple of years, we'll also see some return on buying those type of vehicles. They'll obviously either be able to use somewhere else in the county easier, or we'll get better return on when we get rid of them or trade them in, however that works out. We're good on that. The other, like as far as capital, you got those that was on the council back probably in around 2015, 2016, we had to make a major portable radio purchases around 350,000 because our radios were, I'm talking about the walkie-talkies that the deputies carry. We had to make a substantial purchase because those were going out of service. So what we've tried to do is replace talkies throughout each year. And what we're running into now is some of those talkies that were probably bought in 16, maybe 17, I can't remember what year that was, they're starting to have issues. And getting those repaired, it's almost like $500 or $600 just to take it and set it on the desk before there's ever any diagnostic work and figure out what the repair costs are going to be. When we can replace those for, $2,500 or $3,000, we really don't know that that's a good investment to spend money into an old piece of equipment. So we are asking for a $25,000 increase for our radio replacement so that we can start replacing some of those talkies at a faster pace, so that we don't get here in a few years saying, I got to have X amount of dollars to replace a big lot of talkies. We can do a few over the next few years. And there'll be a page later on that kind of shows, you'll see that increase, and then it should get back down to the normal range over here in 2 or 3 years. There's a $31,000 Axon contract on our fleet and body cameras. That's just, we got into the body camera and car cameras, and that's part of that maintaining those. There was a reduction of $50,000 for our body armor. Body armor has to be replaced every 5 years. That's a national standard. So, and obviously we want the deputies out on the road to have the best quality body armor that we can have. So we're doing a better job in a lot of times in the past, we would do a big body armor purchase, and some of that body armor may have only been 2 or 3 years old. So now every year we're replacing that body armor that's coming up on that 5-year expiration date, you might say. So this current year we're under was a big increase. It was $50,000. So next year there's a reduction of $50,000 because of the body armors that we bought here in 25. So really out of that, when you look at the radio increase and the Axon increase, it's a total capital of $6,000 increase with the reduction in the body armor. Any questions on any of that?
Quick questions.
Yes.
The SRO, I know BCSC pays for them, but we pay for the vehicle.
Yes.
And their
Fuel.
retirement,
What's that?
and their retirement or.
They're reimbursed, the school reimburses everything but the vehicle. We were able, I originally thought that it might be January of next year before we got that SRO started. We were able to make some moves. So I actually got the new SRO started at the beginning of this school year, which will help obviously get that reimbursement started faster. So one thing we are looking at on the gas, we didn't increase our gas for this 26 budget, but for the SROs, the BCN, the ones with the BCSO are SROs, rather than they use the gas card and gas up. We're working out where they can just gas up school pumps. So that way it helps us manage our fuels. They're working for the schools anyway. And then they get an allotment of how many gallons a month, which is, I think, 130 gallons. So it'll just be, we won't be billing for that gas once we get that fixed down the road. And then those SROs will just gas up at the school pumps. That's what we're working on. That's the way the city does it with their SROs. So we might as well go the same direction. So on the And I'll jump to the jail, on the jail supplies here. We're projecting in utilities, which we're still trying to catch up with utilities, and you'll be seeing John probably next meeting, because we're gonna have to have more money for utilities for this year. This year's has been obviously one of those years. Hopefully, we don't always have hot weather like we've had this summer, and the weather that we've dealt with, our utility bills are pretty high. We've added a $39,000 increase to cover utilities for next year. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if that's enough. Utilities are hard to project, and we've only had them, I believe, in our budget for the last 3 years, so we're still trying to get that figured out. So we've added a $39,000 increase to that line item in the jail. It'd be one of those that you leave it at that. If at the end of this week, if you think you might want to add some more to that, or we just deal with it next year and kind of see what the weather brings us and see where we're at. Because like I said, I mean, obviously, when you get temperatures and high humidity like what we've had, that air conditioner is running hard. And we still are kind of in the learning curve with our new AC and heating unit that just recently got installed in the jail. So hopefully, I mean, I think one of the goals with that was to obviously help on the utility side, more efficient.
Quick question. I got 2 sheets of paper here. I got an operating supplies, an increase of 39, then I got a jail increase. This applies to 35. Is that, you did a 35 or 39?
Which one? Are you talking about the update? That 35,000 that's totally different. There's 2 different line items in that.
I just see them trying to compare both when you're talking.
Sorry about that, but yeah, that's a different.
All right.
So yeah, 39,000 for the utilities. Like I said, I mean, we're gonna have to figure that out to get us through the rest of this year too, so.
How hot are we already running on utilities? Daleen or Pia?
Carolyn
Carolyn?
did an analysis on that the other day.
Like, do we think,
You mean 8 months of the year, are we online or?
yeah, like, is 10% over gonna be enough? Like, where are we at? He's saying he's already gonna have to come back.
So it's a little bit higher,
Uh-huh.
so 50 instead of 39 and C. You'd rather do that than you come back.
I know we're still working on this year. You're probably, what was you thinking, John?
I was looking for the next 3 months, for the last 3 months. Being on the safe side, ask 45 each month.
An extra
So
45.
135, yeah.
50 and
We've got enough to
Extra
pay
45,
for,
what?
we've got enough to pay for another month.
That's all you have left is another month?
$10,000 more before the end of the year.
I mean, if you, I've got a print off here, like Duke in April was 18,000. In May, 20,000. And then we're gonna shoot all the way up here to, in August, we paid 33,000, just for Duke Energy.
We also had to increase our trash pickup. And they come, what, twice a week?
At least twice.
So it makes better sense to go to 50, you don't have to come back.
For next year?
Right.
Next year,
By
I'm talking about.
50?
Even if it's 50, probably gonna have to come back at the end of the year, I think.
You know, a
Just
lot of,
depends what it's gonna be like during the year.
I mean, you look at the hot months, it was almost $10,000.
It doesn't look like such a big increase next year,
Yeah.
too. We don't get line now.
So we got for
This year, they spent $304,414, and that includes Best Way and utilities.
6 or 7.
And that's through July, we paid the bills through July, or so in August,
Our last payment was to Duke August the 20th.
for July's electrics. So 8 payments. Yeah.
We
how
currently
much
have
they-
$67,000 left in utility.
Yeah, 67 left.
So, yeah, we'll be able to take care of September.
For
We'll
all
probably be able to-
utilities, for all utilities.
Right, for all the utilities.
Utilities.
They're running about 40,000 a month. And he's got a month and a half left, or 4 months.
So you really need more like 450,000 for utilities.
Yeah,
next
but
year.
when it was put in our budget, we didn't know
No,
what
I
we
know, it's
needed,
all a guess.
and, I
Totally.
mean, who knows?
You can't,
You know,
and
you
you can't
can't
shut off
predict
the
it.
air conditioning.
Yeah, we were budgeted 371,000 for 25 is what I've got, and looks like we're proposing bumping that to 410.
Based on fast math that you just did at 38,000, if we go low, that's
So if you go
456,000.
40 times 12 is 480.
Yeah, so we need somewhere between 450 and 480.
I'd rather go with that amount for the whole year
Right.
than go low and then in the middle of next year have to refund more. I like to have the most realistic budget that we can possibly have.
Was it 375?
371, but they've already spent 319,
304.
304
I did a
forecast.
Excel budget forecast from 24 to 25, the percentage increase. Did that percentage increase to 2026? And the total for the jail with the same percentages was 500 and, I'll round up, 544,000.
Say increase at 100 and see where we're at. 475, and then we'll.
When did you get the new HVAC system unit?
They've been working on it all.
They've been working on it. We've had issues. I know, community corrections, because some of that's on the old, some of that's older stuff,
So
so.
some of that
I
efficiency
think
once they get.
probably, what was it, in the last year, maybe? Yeah. It was quite progress process.
But you've had it for a while, so, I mean, any efficiency we have, are gonna get out of, we have seen for 2025.
Yeah, and I think there may be some units that are working a little overboard right now because of the back and community corrections. There's a unit back there that's that had issues, so then these other units have got to make up for that. So that may be one of the reasons why our utilities has spiked too.
It's still gonna go up. How does everyone feel about adding 100,000 to bump it to 471? for
I'm in
utility?
favor of it.
All right, can we make that adjust 471 for their utilities for jail and see if that's closer? I realize, Carolyn, that your projection's 500, but
Hopefully you'll find some money.
I trust you, but yeah, we're,
We try,
I'm throwing that out there.
do our best, but
no, we don't know.
that's
Yeah,
one of those.
It's a non-controllable.
However, there are many departments that do not carry on the utilities. And I think we need to go back and do similar question and adjustment if necessary to the departments that do have. For example, I believe that youth service center, in their budget, there should be, because they have their own building, that they would have utilities in there. But the courthouse, I believe that is under and this building is under the commissioner's building. So we need to take sure that the utilities have enough money in there for next year.
Yeah, as it paid.
You see what I'm getting
Yeah,
at?
all utilities.
All, everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, we should not be adjusting only the jail or
Let's find out if they actually do
utilities.
that.
Pardon me?
Pia, do they actually have their own utility line item?
Who are you talking about? The commissioners pay utilities. Commissioners pay utilities for
Brad building.
pretty much everyone except the jail and the highway
It's the commissioner's.
and the parks.
And-
So
yes.
we need to go back and visit the commissioner's utilities.
I mean, if you wanna break that up by department, we just haven't in the past.
No, that's not what he's asking to break it out. He's just saying, let's adjust utilities for anyone who has a utility.
In the same way that we're adjusting the jail,
Well, I don't know if everybody has this issue.
Yeah, is the commissioner,
I don't believe they have that issue.
okay.
I mean, I think the jail is a special situation because they house so many people. It's 24/7.
And maybe this.
They don't adjust. I mean, they have some issue going on.
Fund to pay for it.
I don't know if it's an issue for anybody else.
And they may not be upside down in their utility,
Yeah.
like they may be on ours.
Are we on 100,000 then? Am I fine with that?
I'm good with 100. Has your jail occupancy people, you invite in there, are they,
I do have some positive news on our population. Last year, we were extremely high on population. This year, we are running about around 200. Hopefully, I just didn't jinx myself.
and
But we are,
does that affect the utility usage?
absolutely, it would. And then we're actually,
Water.
yeah, I mean, we're hopefully here in the net, we're trying to figure out everything, but we're looking at closing down the old section of the jail that the population can maintain around 200. So if we're able to do that and just use the new section of the jail, and if we can do that, that will help us out tremendous, just our staffing. It'll be able to help, lower staffing number, which people will be able to take their time off and that easier, which will hopefully help us on overtime. And then obviously, I would think that would help us on the utility side because then we can not, have to maybe do so much there. Keep our fingers crossed on that one. But as of right now, we are looking at trying to, we was able to do that a couple of years ago. And even if I get a couple of months to where we can do that, because the jail population could very well spike once we get towards the winter months again. So, but right now, we've been monitoring it, tracking it, and we're, and that helps us in a lot of ways. Helps our medical, it helps the utilities, it helps in a lot of different directions. So let's keep our fingers crossed, hope that stays that path. So on that end,
So, hold on, what amount did you want to put in more for
471.
utilities?
471.
So instead of the 410, 471?
Correct.
on the jail also, our medical contract has an increase of 39,859. That's a 4% increase. Actually, when we went with our current medical provider, they had projected this year to be about $10,000 more than that. So this actually came in 10,000 cheaper. So that's a positive on that. We knew that was coming. So it's 39,859 is an increase on the medical contract. So when you look at the overall budgets, it's a 4.3% increase, and that's all three of the budgets. That's sheriff, that's the jail, and that's the courthouse. Just a side note on the courthouse, there's the only increase on the courthouse security budget is just a 2% in the salaries. No other requests on that. There's no other question that I'd mentioned earlier, where we had trimmed out on those line items, and it's about 61,000. We're asking for that 50,000 for you guys to consider that in just whether line items that we looked at, professional services, and then that other one in the jail side was the contractual services. You can consider that. One of the things, and just rolling into it, I'm not going to talk much about our staffing studies and our capital, but over the next 5 years, we really need to start looking at some things on our staffing. And just something to think about. And I'm just going to use one township, and that's German Township. The population of German Township is about 7,100 people. So when you look at German Township and you compare that to towns across the state of Indiana, that's relatively the same size as Batesville, Indiana. They're about 7,300 people. Batesville has a police department, their own police department. Obviously, German Township and Taylorsville is unincorporated, so that falls on the county. They have a police force policing that population of 7,300 people of 14. We have one deputy that is assigned to Area 1 German Township. And really where I want to put this on your guys' radar looking down the road. And I believe it was probably Sheriff Whipker maybe that created that Area 1 and where we kept one deputy up there back in the early 90s. With the development that has taken place in that area of the county, with words of potential apartment complexes, that's adding several units, up to 300, I'd heard. That's another 1,000 people potentially right there on top of where we're at. You've got the manufacturing that's been placed up there. That's something that we need to look at for, and I'm based, and when I look at our staffing study, and I've got it built in for 27 to look at adding a couple of deputies. We gotta play long game. Because there's a lot of moving parts when you get hiring people and the training cycles and all that. And as we currently speak, I'm 4 merits down now that we're trying to hire for. One of those being for the position that you gave us for the SRO. Probably gonna look at another one maybe toward the end of the year. The hiring thing is constant, and we run 2 processes a year. Jail, we were running pretty steady on the jail, but we're gonna be, I think, 1 or 2 down as we speak, and then maybe a couple that we're looking. But anyway, just to look at the long game and look at the 5-year plan, and you look at just that township alone, if we have to provide so much resources up there, that in turn means the other townships across Bartholomew County aren't getting the police services that they need, because we're having to devote so much time into one area of the county. So that just something to think about, and I think we need to probably, after the first year, maybe do I've attached some links and different things that you guys got in your packet to look at where we need to get. That's not something that can be fixed overnight. That's gonna have to be a multi-year project. So I think I've touched upon all the points that are there. I think we came in this year, with everything that's bare bones. There's a lot of things that, trust me, I'd much rather have that $100,000 or whatever you're adding in utilities to put more deputies on the street. But that's not where we're at. So we obviously have to keep the lights turned on.
I have nothing, straightforward.
Yep.
Anybody else have anything?
We good?
We're good. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
We're only 7 minutes over.
What's that?
We're only 7 minutes over.
That's probably really our fault, because we took 5 minutes now.
It's Mark's fault. That's pretty good. I can be wrong.
Who is that?
2,099. I mean, that's a Google search, so I mean, I don't know how.
Gotta be really clever.
Yeah, somewhat close, but.
Even if it's 5 years old.
Who's next to you?
Close to that.
Ballpark. So I don't know if their 2 deputies are are they full-time?
They're not.
But still, they have 2 for almost a third.
Right.
Oh, okay.
All right. Service. Name?
So did you all receive my executive summary?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So it's a pretty straightforward request. So our probation officer salaries, which is our intake officers, myself and Nicole, is in accordance with the Indiana salary scale for the probation officers. There's an administrative note I want to make that there is no change to our head count. You'll see, and I don't know if it was the computer system and the change over. Nicole and I's salary used to be combined, and that was it was 163,000 approximately. So we separated it out based on the positions for this. So that's just an administrative note. Just wanted to outline that is not a change in personnel. It's just separating those 2 salaries out.
Oh, I see.
We were asked to explore mental and medical services with a vendor along with food services for a vendor. Those were just not fiscally responsible options, what we found. I did ask the auditor's office, Daleen was kind enough to get us those numbers. And we had a quote from QCC. We also asked the food vendor that works for the jail if they would quote us for food. They were not willing to quote us. They suggested going to the jail to get our food. The issue with getting our food from the jail is we follow different service standards than what jail follows. For example, the jail can use white bread. We have to use whole grain bread. The jail can use a different cut of meat than we're able to use with kids. And it's just having those different standards as it relates to juveniles versus adults. We do participate in the National School Lunch Program, so our standards are higher just based on the caloric content that the kids are supposed to have versus what adults are able to have. So there wasn't a fiscally responsible option for us. If we were to come up with a fiscally responsible option, I would bring that back to the county council and I would say, this is an option I think that we need to explore, and we would request to move forward with that. But at the end of the day, I want to make a decision that is fiscally responsible for us, and it just wasn't there. As you'll also note that there is no change in our number of teachers. So as a reminder, starting January 1 of 2025, we were approved for 2 full-time teachers. That remains the same. I just want to make that differentiation in that. There's also noted on here where there's part-time. We do not have any part-time employees. So I zeroed that out and just made that note for you guys as well, that we do not have any part-time employees. All of our part-time employees are considered relief personnel and they receive no benefits. They just pick up kind of at random or how their schedule allows to make sure that our staff are able to be off for their vacations, those kinds of things, and to reduce down that overtime cost. We are requesting an increase in our wages for our youth care workers above the standard 2% guidelines that we were provided. And the reason why is this suggestion was made by county council of exploring creating a floater pool that can move between court services and youth services. So these individuals would have a higher level of training and be able to work downtown. So recently we needed some personnel to cover for a funeral at community corrections. We had to be trained to do that. Not all of our staff are trained to do that, and we also my youth care workers do not get compensated at the same rate as community corrections staff does. So this change would get the salaries to be the same across the board between youth services and community corrections. And it would establish us to be able to create a floater pool that could move between those agencies and departments. So if they have a need, whether it's an all-staff meeting or they have some other kind of deal that they need people to move between, we can do that. Or if we have folks at the hospital, we could make that happen. We're also requesting an increase in our shift differential pay to align with that that's presented by the other 24/7 facilities for the county. So it's the same that the jail, community corrections, and emergency 911 requested. We also did make some other line adjustments, specifically in that professional services line item. It was $2,500 for our training. We actually did increase the training budget to $7,700. And the reason for that increase in the training request is because our MANT instructor has to be trained every 2 years. So for the following year, we would likely reduce that back down, just like you'll see with other line items that as the need is there, we increase and decrease. Equipment repairs, we had requested an increase for 2025. This year, we're reducing that down to $5,000. All other line items remain the same other than the 2% that is suggested by county council for the employee salaries. Any questions?
So what's the amount on the shift differential?
$2.50 is what it will be per hour, but the total,
And you're coming up from $2.
yes, we would be coming up with $2.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's 14,560 is the difference
Yes.
in the increase, yeah.
Yes.
How many openings do you currently have?
Currently for youth care workers or total
altogether?
building? Pardon?
All together?
4?
And what, and your,
How many of those are youth care workers?
2.
and then I'll ask this correctly. Have you been an average down 2 for the whole year?
So we have, and so you're probably gonna ask this question. So whenever we look at it, so from 2020 to 2024, we have restructured and changed our staffing to respond to the needs of the community and what we need within our facility. So in 2020, we had 18 youth care workers. We've dropped that down to 14 as of 2023. And we did repurpose some of those positions. Over that same period of time, we had about 79% of our direct care staff positions filled. And the way that I got that data was I took of the positions that we had allocated, how many of those full-time positions were filled for that year. So we've ranged throughout the year from, we've gone as low as 9, and we have gone as high as 13 this year. So it kind of ebbs and flows.
But the average has been a minimum of 2 per month down. I've seen 4 and 5 down per month. I'm just trying to figure out what your needs are, and this is a tough year on the budget. And I just want to know if that's been the average.
No, I think that's a fair statement. I would say our average over a 5-year period has been 12.96 youth care workers, to be exact.
And we funded how many of each?
So,
14.
well, that's not a fair statement to say, because in 2020, we had 18. So we reduced it down, which is why I gave a percentage. Because I want to compare apples and apples, because you're
Right, that's the reason I
actually
looked at
comparing
this
apples and
year.
oranges.
Yeah, but on average, 12.96 youth care workers have been.
Filled,
Yep.
yes. But I will also say with that, just so you guys know what you're getting into when you get that, with that, our average overtime cost
Yeah.
for those same periods has been about $160,000.
Would the floater pool then reduce that overtime because you would be able to use the floater pool instead of paying overtime?
That's the ideal. I don't know, though. My hope is that it would.
Do you have anyone in the floater pool now?
So, no, so there was like a one-time, like a few of us, he, myself, and then another control officer went over and did it, so there's like 3 of us. But because the pay is so inequitable right now, we haven't rolled that out as something that we could really do as a solution.
Okay, so you're saying your overtime costs are running you 160,000 on average a year?
So, yes, so we took that same period, and it was about that for the, actually, it was 159,000.
I'm like, you only have 55,000 in your overtime budget.
I know, I pulled from other line items.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out. That's when I'm looking. Rob and Peter to pay Paul to get stuff done, then I gotta look at overall. I mean, we're challenged as council, looking at a new building potentially for you guys and a staffing analysis, and we're looking at that overall under a microscope to see what we can afford, not afford. And if I look at, personally looking at, Rob and Peter paid Paul to get the job done, and you averaged at least 2 people down for the whole year, it's hard for me to sit here and fund those positions, funding if they're needed, but if they're not filled, and you're moving money to overtime and stuff like that, I would rather fund overtime and knowing that than funding positions to get set there and not get filled. Or I got other needs in the community, and that's where our other department heads, when I analyze this, looking at it, because I think there was a challenge at one time at meeting to try to reduce staff. And when the budget came in and I didn't see that, it raised some red flags for me, to be honest. And that's where I'm at with it. I struggle with that.
I hear your concerns, and that's why we completed a staffing analysis. We've gone from, so we did that before the council even requested it. So in 2020, we started moving down our staff and responding to those needs and making sure that our staffing plan was reflective of those services that we were providing. Which is why we've made an intentional effort to repurpose staff and put them where we need them, and we've gone down to 14 youth care workers. That being said, when we did the NIC staffing analysis, we used the NIC workbook. It actually states that for a facility like ours, we should have 24 youth care workers or direct care staff.
If you're full.
If, it's not
Based on our
necessarily based on if you're full.
Is it based on our county population? Is that? what
No,
the-
it is based on the service standards. So it doesn't matter how many beds or how many kids are necessarily there. If you have one child, you have to staff it the same as if you have 6 kids in secure detention. That doesn't change for a facility like ours. Same thing with shelter care. If you have one child or 3 kids in shelter care, you have to staff it the same way. You can't combine those populations, which is what makes us a bit unique versus like in the jail setting. You might be able to move everybody together, but because you're working with juveniles and there's that confidentiality piece, you can't have the 2 populations together.
You've operated proficiently for this 8 months, correct?
I can't say that it's been proficient. I will
With-
say
with
that
the
there's
staffing
been,
that you had, you've operated it. You also operated with 2 additional down for 8 months.
yes, and I will say that we have a high retention rate as a result. Not a high retention rate, a low retention rate as a result. There's a high attrition rate.
Turnover.
And we did in July, have to open up the second wing for the first time in I don't know how many years, due to the population of youth, and that requires
I'm sorry,
another staff member.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. Can you get close to the mic?
Sorry. In July, we had to open up the second wing of detention for the first time in years. And that requires another staff person to be back there in the wing, with that group of kids as well. So if we have to operate 2 wings, we need double staff.
How many we got in there today?
In secure detention today?
3.
3. And I will say that that's not reflective of the year. That's just a snapshot. I will say in 3 weeks, I expect it to be up. That's just how it flows. In August, our numbers drastically decrease. And then as school comes back in session, kids are doing what kids do and we get more kids in.
So you have 3 in secure detention. Do you have, in the other wing or whatever, that's not secure or shelter, how many do you have in shelter?
We have no kids currently in shelter, which what we do then is we move our staff around. So we're calling people off and making sure that we're mitigating any shifts that don't need to be filled. Those staff aren't there. So they're either taking their time off or we're filling them to other critical shifts.
What's your overall budget increase then? Percentage.
2.8% is my calculation.
Thank you. Any more questions for the youth service staff while they are here and have all their data top of mind?
Do you have any position that is based on a grant?
We do. We have a jury treatment coordinator position, which we talked about at the last work session.
So I noticed that your shift differential,
Mhm.
you've got almost a 40% increase there. We look at what you're currently paying at $2 an hour versus the $2.50 an hour. It looks like you're also bumping up the number of hours that are being covered. So is there an additional or 2?
There's
additional-
one additional person.
One additional person.
Yes, and the reason why we did that, thank you for pointing that out, I apologize for not noting that. The reason why we add an additional person is we have one individual that is scheduled for weekends only. So we took like a medical standpoint with that, how people are paid an increased rate or like a shift differential to work at a hospital on the weekends. That's kind of what we did for that position because we went 8 months without having that position filled. On the weekends, it's critically lower numbers. And we have to have the building at a certain level of staff just to operate per standards. So we increased it and we were able to get that position filled. We had the funds available, so we went and made that happen.
We need to adjust the salary ordinance if she's already
what was that?
adjusted.
That
I
was
don't
in-
believe that it has to be adjusted for that because it was It's just an amount. It's not based on positions.
It has to be in the salary ordinance.
Well, that was,
It's noted in there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Other questions? Thank you for your time and your work and the data. You may have any questions, we will reach out if we do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You know where to find us.
We're 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Let's take a quick bio break and be back in 5 minutes. snacks. Can thank my daughter for making a huge Sam's Club run before the state fair. Scott has told us that we need to speak closer to the microphones, because on Zoom,
Now, you really.
they can't hear us. No, I just heard someone in the hallway. Mark was starting.
I gotta explain what happened. She was walking real fast and I was walking fast and she hit the brakes on real quick. It scared us both.
It's a good story.
Speak closer to the microphone, and there's snacks over there.
Sorry about that.
And now we're on to court services with Brad Barnes. Welcome, Brad.
Good afternoon. I brought all our budgets, but what I'd intended to come to talk about were specific budgets, because I believe the instructions were that if we weren't asking for any major increases other than 2% for salaries or had any extreme need outside of the norm, we would be okay on the budget presentations.
Get closer to the mic.
I'm gonna have to put it in my mouth. Closer.
It's Scott's fault.
Right.
I'm teasing you, Scott.
So what I've given you is a sheet that is double-sided. And on the first side, it says Community Corrections Funding Summary. So we had received notice a few weeks ago that our budget request for the Community Corrections Department of Correction grant request that we had submitted, total amount we'd requested for 2026 was $1,751,341. That was the total amount that we'd requested. The total amount they awarded was less than that. It was actually $134,661 less than what we had currently received in 2025. So it's less than, I think, around a 9%, a little less than 9% decrease. This was across the state. The Department of Correction received $6 or $7 million reduction in budget, and they ended up passing that on to certain entities within their funding, and that included community corrections. So while there were some community corrections departments across the state that didn't receive cuts or significant cuts, almost all did experience something of a cut or no increase. So the main topic today that wanted to bring to your attention was the cuts in community corrections funding. So the funding amount, again, reduced from what we had currently been receiving as of this year, the $1. And if you flip the page over, on the other side is the Department of Correction funding we had for our pretrial service program. Currently, we are receiving $139,500 from DOC, and then from the Indiana Office of Court Services, an additional $39,851 for a total of $179,351. 2026 request had been for $194,485. The award we received from the Indiana Office of Court Services was $500 less than what we're currently receiving from them. And the Department of Corrections statewide eliminated all funding for pretrial services. So they eliminated the $139,500 that we currently are receiving from the Indiana Department of Correction. That was, again, statewide. There were 13 counties receiving funding for pretrial, and 3 of those counties were able to find either additional programming funding, or county council funded them already during their budget talks in the last couple of weeks. 10 counties were given funding through IOCS, through the Indiana Office of Court Services, to make up that difference. So in 2026, we have full funding for the pretrial program as we are currently experiencing. So the amount we're currently getting from IOX and DOC, we will get that amount in 2026 from the Indiana Office of Court Services. We have yet to get the official paperwork, but I checked in with them yesterday, and that is still coming. They're working their way through a new system, so we haven't received the paperwork to accept the budget, the grant. So the pretrial part for 2026, we've been able to resolve. And that's basically 2 positions, 2 staff. So we're okay there. The DOC side for community corrections is where we're left with a deficit of about $134,661. I did send you a document yesterday that gives all the positions that we have in court services that are funded by grants. So it's a spreadsheet, sent that to everyone yesterday. I hope you received it.
Yep.
And I would just point out a couple things. We have already, over the last 2 years, taken some steps to reduce our budget within community corrections. We've eliminated funding for a couple of admin positions. When we moved court services from the old Elks over to across the street from community corrections, we were able to handle any kind of administrative duties through Community Corrections Center and eliminate funding for the positions within community corrections. They were needed and important positions, but they were not positions that were as important or needed as some others. So we were able to just unfund those. We haven't done away with the positions, but we're not funding them in the foreseeable future. We've also had 2 positions in project income, case manager positions that we have not been funding this year. In anticipation, we needed to save as much project income as possible. So last year was the first year, I believe, county council came through and helped us out with insurance costs. 2025, we have the same assistance. That has allowed us to go from probably around $50,000 to $60,000 in our project income balance to closer to about $400,000 this month. We're continuing to try and grow that amount so we can pick up some of the cuts that we're experiencing for 2026. So as it stands now, we are in the process of putting together our final budgets for community corrections, and we were waiting on the pretrial information so we could finish out the pretrial budgets as well. But as we come to you today, it's with the knowledge that we have experienced quite a cut in both funding from the Department of Correction for pretrial and for community corrections.
So basically, Brad, correct me if I hear you incorrect. You're able to fund all the people within the grants that you're getting.
We believe, George, with
Entirely, salaries, benefits, and everything.
we believe that we can pay for in 2026 the salaries and operational costs along with FICA and PERF for those folks that we have within our budget.
In those grants that you're getting now, have there been any reason to believe that they will not be there next year, the following year? And if the answer is yes, are you making arrangements or plans of how you're gonna be able to take care of that work that has been done by the people who are paid by those grants?
Correct. We believe that the assistance we're going to receive from the Indiana Office of Court Services for the pretrial funding in 2026 will not be available in that same form for 2027. We do know that the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice are working with legislators to look at funding, additional funding options for those programs in 2027. So we believe that those 2 positions could be positions that are most unknown at this time for future funding beyond 2026. As far as community corrections funding, we anticipate that there could be future cuts from the state to state funding for the community corrections. So what we're looking to do is not backfill positions that at this point we can do with not backfilling. So any positions that we have are going to be filled as needed. And we will do our best to continue to create a balance within our project income to absorb future cuts in 2027. As it relates to the budget, again, we have had 4 positions to date, counting these 2 administrative positions, that on our own, we have reduced the funding or not filled those positions to reduce the expense. And we've already been working on it, and we did that with full knowledge that there could be some harder days ahead with regard to funding. And I will say that our staff are doing a great job in collecting fees. A big part of our budget is project income. And that's the user fees we collect from people who the judges place in our programs. And we do a pretty good job of collecting with the work release fund and with electronic monitoring, which are the 2 biggest areas we have source of income. And we continue to do our best to keep those components full. Number one, I think we have 23 men in a 24-bed pod right now, and we have 8 women in a 10-bed pod. And then we have the Wrap and Realm programs, which we also receive funding for the Wrap and Realm programs from federal grants. Those grants run through April of next year. So we have not received any rollout on future funding of those, but we believe those are fairly stable funding sources. Those come through federal grants, but the Indiana Criminal Justice Institute oversees the management of those grants. And they've not given us any indication that they foresee those funds will be reduced.
Thank you for your answer. Changing the subject a little bit, and I'm speaking for myself, but many of us are fully aware that you have received a big loss this year in your department.
A big what?
You have received a big loss in your department with the loss of Rob Gaskell. And you know, he is missed. And I'm sure that he's even more missed by you in your department because he did a tremendous contribution to the Bartholomew County and to the Department of Corrections. So I want you to know that it's noted, your loss.
Yeah, thank you for that, George. And you're right. I think it's a huge loss to Bartholomew County, to our department. Rob was great. He did his job well, and he was a good friend. And I think that he was one that we could all count on to come through. And we're doing our best to step into those shoes and to follow his lead as he is.
It'll be hard.
Yeah.
Okay. If all this makes sense, how does that translate to this stuff? Is this stuff reflective of this stuff? When I point at this, the budget,
Well, we haven't turned in the community corrections
so you
budget.
haven't turned it in,
yet.
because this is just your pre-read. That's why I was like, is what we're seeing here translated in what we've been given? So what I'm really then hearing is you're gonna come see us again in September at our regular meeting?
We will, and we have to have our budget revised back to the Department of Correction by September 1st. So we just have a couple weeks to get that finished. What we needed to hear from you all is, will you continue to support our need that we have around insurance?
Okay.
And in order for us to complete our project income budget fully, we have to know that answer at some point so we can.
First reading is in October. So we have to have all the.
Is it the first reading September?
Yes.
September.
September, okay. And then
So-
the other one is in
Our budget.
November.
So do we know that number that he's asking us for?
Is it in the seven?
That's in the numbers,
Is that,
correct?
is that number correct?
Is it in the summary workbook?
I don't think it's.
I don't think it is.
Because here's what we can't tell you yes or no on. We sort of need to know what that number amount is.
It's been running a little over 400,000 a year.
Is that a good guess?
Daleen had sent us the 2024 number. We do pay for any positions we have in the other grants, RSAT grant or in the ASAP funds. I think that's obviously county money anyway, but
So how many staff is this 400,000 for? The ones that are in the workbook you sent us yesterday, all of theirs?
All of the ones that would be under the project income, or I'm sorry, under the grant, which is listed here as 9112 or 9101, because we have to switch our grant number each year.
Okay, so in the spreadsheet you sent us, if it's 9101, or no, you don't have any 9112s this year.
No, for
But you
next
do
year.
This is wild. So this year you need funded the head counts in 9101.
So about 20 people, I'm thinking, right?
1, 2, 3, 5,
I see 20.
6, 9, 18, 20, 23, I believe.
3.
23.
Oh, so that 1122 we have to pay for also?
What's that?
1122 we have to pay for or not?
No,
Then take that 3 out, right?
you're right. My microphone got
Sorry,
in my way.
no,
Sorry.
I'm like, oh, holding one eye,
Okay, so
20.
then, do we know what was, there's different windows of that. Do we know what what they did last, or this year, what we paid?
Yes, you can do that.
Perfect. So we can
We've
get them,
been paying that out of a different fund.
I know.
It's like, what's the number? 8,400, 4,700. So it's not been in general fund, but that will be tapped out at the end of the year. So if you're going to
Put it in.
continue to pay for these,
We-
they'll need to come from somewhere else.
Okay.
They're not reflected in the general fund budget.
But you'll be able to tell us roughly what their true cost, that 400,000-ish, if the increase of group insurance next year.
Yeah, we can tell you what it's been like every month or
Yeah.
last year or,
Perfect.
yeah.
Awesome.
Is that
Um,
a fund option, you think?
Maybe,
Could be.
maybe.
Then do we, I know Brad would like to know, leaving here, what the consensus, I know he's sitting there thinking it, and I'm supportive of it, so I know he's gotta talk to the state and within the next 2 weeks. And we've gotta run numbers, our Peel's gotta help us with some numbers, on our worksheet here, so
Does,
what's the will of the
That's
council?
general fund.
so this doesn't live anywhere, his 400,000 request doesn't live
No.
in.
I didn't
That's
know.
what I want to make sure, like, when we think about this, this actually means we have to find 1.1 million.
Right.
Somewhere. It's not part of this 702 that we started the day. We now have 1.1 million we have to find.
However, if we have.
Yeah, because it has to come from somewhere. We don't have it.
I mean, it doesn't have to come out of general fund.
No, it doesn't have to come out of general fund, but
Yeah.
we have to find it somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is this
totally
something
agree.
you think every year we're gonna have to fund this? Is there some magic place where it may come from in the future?
Greg, I would say that if I had a crystal ball, I would say the crystal ball would probably tell me it's going to be an ongoing issue. We've had the ongoing issue in probation and user fee funded positions years ago, and we were able to have the support at that point, and it's continued. I think it just becomes, we will get as much as we can to apply towards the finances as it relates to salaries and all benefits, including insurance from the state. But when it comes out of project income, we're limited. We have a limit on the amount we can generate and how much we can afford. So with the 2% potential increase next year, we will be planning to also follow suit with the shift differential going to $2.50 an hour. So everything gets more expensive from year to year, so I can't imagine there will be some additional funds unless the legislation steps up. So it's one of the things that at the state level, the professional organization around community corrections called IACAC is working with trying to get some folks to help us generate discussion with our state legislators about why are we not funding an important program like community corrections? Why are we taking cuts in existing programming? And part of it is, Mark knows that 2 years ago, when we got the community corrections work release funding, they said, look, you're gonna get this funding for 2 or 3 years, and then we're gonna take about 400,000 of it back, and we're gonna expect your local county to pay for that or generate the funds with user fees. And that never happened.
And they kept going, and you stood on thin ice every year. And that's another thing I want to, I look at it this way, if we don't fund it, I'm going to ask you a critical question. what programs will you have to cut and not do and not have services for the community if we don't pick this up?
Right.
Because ultimately, we gotta face that crystal ball. We're going to either take care of it or not. And if we don't, and I know this is out of clear blue for you, what will you have to do?
Well, I believe that, at this point, with salary benefits, including insurance, that's for per person's around $100,000 minimum. When you count insurance in there for, say, a family plan, what we'd be expected to fund. So when you think of $400,000 being the issue, you're really potentially only looking at 4 to 5 people when you're talking about that amount of money. And I think 4 to 5 people to reduce that from case management would impact case management, because that's who deals with folks who are in the community on electronic monitoring. If you took away our field staff, those are the people that go out in the field and check on the people who are on electronic monitoring. If you took it away from our residential staff, we wouldn't have enough staff to safely operate basically a jail. It's a work release center with 2 residential treatment programs, but it's basically set up as a jail. It's a secure facility. And we would not be able to do anything well with a reduction. We would have to operate the residential, but it would be based on what the judges would want to
I thought the same thing, because that's the thing with Chris was sitting in the back of the room there. If I tell him I'm gonna take 10% of his workforce out of the jail, what's he gonna do? And if we don't fund this for him, that puts you in a bad position.
I can say you have put us in a great position by picking up this insurance last year and this year. It brought us from running, our checkbook pretty low.
However, one of the things that we said last year was, and now I'm starting to there's new data that is coming over and that I had not heard before, but last year we said that we would fund for 2 years. This year will be the last, 2025. And we're paying them from a different kitty, okay? But from a budget point of view, if we don't have that data now, how can we ensure that we're gonna be able to come up with a budget that either balances it out or that we agree with the increases or the cuts? Because there's a piece of it, it's not there, and it's a substantial amount of money. So I think that we need to, as a council, we need to it seems to me that we need to make a decision first, whether we continue paying extra, but it has ramifications if we don't. Obviously, we cannot continue to operate the correctional office in the jail, or we go above and we fund those jobs, even though we don't have the grant to fund them. So I mean, I think that we're almost in a catch-22.
Brad, if you're not able to provide some of those services that keep people out of the jail, do they ultimately just end back up in jail and we're just transferring the cost to the county from you to the jail? So are we really
Great
saving money?
question.
Yeah, when we look at the folks who are in community corrections, they are the highest risk, highest need individuals we have on supervision and in court services. The judges have ordered them to either be directly in one of our components in community corrections, or they have given us the opportunity to assess them and determine which would be best for them. And it would absolutely impact with the ones we have in the residential side and work release, the jail, because those are individuals that, had it not been, and I think we might have a judge or two that's still here or on the air that would agree with this, that had they not had those options, that jail or DOC could have been the next option instead of in the community. But it's
Any funds, we're just
Transferring.
transferring.
I don't believe, just personally speaking, I've been on the community advisory corrections board for 8-10 years. I don't know, but I can't see what benefits we will have by taking this away, the ripple effect that will happen with that department if we do that. And I'm supportive to continue for the benefits, just because, and I look back 12-15 years ago when the state was saying, expect next month or next year, you're not gonna get any of that funding. We've had continued funding for many years, and this is just one of those things that a pill will have to swallow to keep the programs going. And if you cut back on that, then the user fees and stuff, we start losing all the way around.
I think it'll cost us
And the
more.
jail, Chris, will have more problems there. And he already spoke, numbers are down, so he's gonna move over and he's gonna save money. Well, the numbers are gonna go up, he's gonna have to use the whole part of the jail. So it doesn't make sense to me not to continue to fund this.
And based on what you're saying, Mark, which I don't disagree with you, and that's what I'm saying, we're in the catch-22. We might as well take those people totally out of the grant, put them in the budget as a regular employees of the council, paid by the council, and go from there. If we continue to have, that's not to say that we don't have the grant, we continue to have the grant, but the grant will not be able to pay for those people. We might as well put them in the general, in the county general fund and fund them as a total employees, not as a grant employee.
If we get the grant, great, but if not, it's budgeted regularly.
Correct.
and-
Because, I mean, if we don't have them, we're gonna create another set of problems.
I don't know if we can do that with the,
I'm sorry?
I don't know if we can do that accounting wise. I think we have to pay salaries and benefits, et cetera, out of the grant.
Period, because that's how they fund the grant.
Yeah, I mean, there's State Board of Accounts mandates that.
Okay, and then we.
I mean, you can add that we're paying their health insurance out of the general fund.
Okay, well, and then.
My suggestion is do
Then we go
that.
to-
Since this grant doesn't, for some
Right.
stupid reason.
But I'm
give you-
saying, we need to get off the pot, okay? Either the grant pays for the whole thing, which they can't, or we pick up some of the cost and we put it in the general fund, but we put it on a budget, whether we do. And I understand what you're saying, and you're absolutely correct. The grant needs to have the salaries coming from that grant, but we cannot continue saying, well, we have a thing in the salary ordinance that if the grant doesn't pay for the full employee, the employee goes away, or the position goes away. And we have it in this case, and what I'm saying is, if the grant cannot pay the total amount of those people, then we assume the responsibility of the benefits and the insurance. You
How about I
know,
make a proposal here, because Brad's got the deadline. We've got a budget to look at, it's gonna be a couple of months before we have a second reading. I propose instead of having the strings attached that we've had for the last 2 years on him on budget, that we go ahead and pick up the medical and the benefits.
that's what I'm saying, Mark.
Put those without strings attached, and then he'll have stuff back from the state before the first reading, but right now, let's put it in the budget, take care of it.
In-
Yeah.
Out
Then
of
if we have to
general fund,
adjust,
Right,
out of general fund.
out of general fund.
Yep.
For those benefits.
and that's
I-
exactly,
Consensus now, and we can vote.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
So when he leaves here, he knows what we're
If
doing.
it's gonna be, if his crystal ball is right and it's forever,
Right.
then
I
we
mean,
might as well just move it to general fund and call it what it
Right.
is.
I mean, yeah, and we can do that. We can just add that to the commissioner's line item
Yeah,
of health insurance in the,
yeah, that's where,
yeah.
just make it clean.
And actually, you've got such a huge balance in that fund, just we'll pay it out of there. Let's not even change anything right now.
Okay, perfect,
That
even
works.
better.
Greg, you good with it?
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys tell us to pay it out of there, we'll just pay it out of there.
Pay
That-
it
Just
out of
pay
there.
it,
Yeah,
Out
we've
of
got,
what's in
we've
your
got such a
budget.
huge balance in that fund.
yeah,
Okay.
out of the budget altogether.
Take it out, like, let's just take it out of the budget. That's what we're gonna keep that flat, so the fund won't grow as much as they'd like, minus
Yeah.
400,000.
There you go.
That help
Boom,
That could be what you need.
problem solved.
And it's over and done with, because we've been facing this thing, ever since I've been in the council. This has been an issue one way or the other, and Brad has had to
Yes.
play bingo and putting things in every little pot in order to be able to cover the whole thing. And it's confusing as hell.
And it's confusing from an accounting standpoint also.
So put them all in the same
Yep,
bucket.
there you go.
Are you okay with what we're saying, Brad?
Anyway.
Right.
Yes.
Hear you now.
Anything else? we need?
Yeah, anything else we need to know before we see you again in September?
No, just appreciate your continued support. And again, George, thank you for your kind words about Rob. Appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. All right, Harry, ASAP.
Make it good.
Oh, where's that? I gotta find that.
And I see the health department's on deck and in the building. Love it.
Thank you all. I'm here actually to talk about three different programs, two of which are under the ASAP budget, and then I'll make a request for opioid settlement funds.
Perfect.
So first of all, I'm happy to tell you that we are actually reducing our request for ASAP by about 20% from last year. As you all may remember, we have received some federal grants, which at this point are good for another 3 years. So rather than ask you to appropriate about an additional $150,000, we are reducing our request from $555,000 for ASAP down to $450,000. We do not anticipate any issues with that reduction.
That's your total budget, right? That's a.
That's the
your total-
ASAP budget, but we have jail. We have the funds for the jail budget and we kept that steady. We didn't increase that at all. That is an additional $205,000 for a total request of $6,524, which is a reduction of a little over $150,000 from our request last year.
But my question is,
Yes.
that's a total budget from there. Part of it is paid by the county and part is paid by the city.
That is correct. This is a total that you all
That's a
split.
total. So
Yes.
basically, what we're hearing from you is a total budget, but from our perspective,
It's half.
that total budget is not total expense for us. It's
Okay.
partially respect, what, 45% or
I believe it's 50-50,
50?
50-50 split.
But what's reflected here, the 105, 380 is directly toward the county budget, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, thank you.
Sure. Any questions on that?
That
Do
seems straight.
we win an award since we asked for less money?
Yeah, we do actually.
All
We're
right,
so
I know you all.
Yeah, would you like some Cheez-Its or Fritos?
Thank you all, thank you all.
Okay, opioid.
We do appreciate the support that you've given us. So as you recall, we were here, I don't know, a couple months ago to say that we were going to bring a request for opioid settlement funds to go into the budget so that we would not have to come back individually. So we are requesting $600,000 from the opioid settlement funds. And we came up with that number based upon some preliminary requests from Bridge to Dove, Foundation for Youth, ASAP, as well as we would like to have some additional funds available should someone in the community, an organization, have a program or something that fits very well for those opioid settlement funds. So we are requesting that $600,000 for 2026 of the opioid settlement funds be put into the budget. We will come back with recommendations from the Substance Abuse Public Funding Board. We're not asking for any specific recommendations at this point, but we will come back with the request for those funds.
And the line item, you have other expected requests. They just haven't formally announced yet, but you know they're coming.
We know they're coming.
Okay, perfect.
And
Yes.
is there, something this board needs to do before September? I remember talking to you about it. On
There,
some new potential opiate settlement funding.
yes, actually, P is on top of it. So you all have heard about the big Purdue Pharma settlement that's out there for literally $7 billion. It looks like that is in process. Indiana is anticipated to get about 100 million of those dollars. Based on what I've read, year 1, 2, and 3 are going to be the biggest payouts from that settlement. However, for some reason, this time they are requiring a separate opt-in for all municipalities to be able to participate in this settlement. And PIA has the document that needs to be signed by the county, same with the city. It's that way everywhere. So,
Commissioners or us or?
And
just you?
the commissioner's office is aware of it. They're listed as the signer. Tina has the email. Tina is supposed to have Carl execute the DocuSign document. Hope he can figure it out. So there we go.
I will say one other thing, if those of you that have been on the council for a while recall, when we first got the opioid settlement fund, the council had made a request that we look to fund programs as opposed to specific people and positions, because we are not guaranteed of these funds forever. And to date, we have been able to do that. We have primarily funded expansion of recovery residences, which has been just an unbelievable addition to the recovery community. So any questions for me on those funds?
It's straightforward.
All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Right. Gary gets another award for putting us in the schedule. Amanda and Lee. She is the one that is.
Hello, everyone.
And Dr. Nabalski.
Oh, yep, I see him in the back.
And Lynn.
Lynn
Have
is
him
the.
come up.
Lynn Fleming's the board chair.
That's not so scary, all the people left.
Or another room.
Does anyone wish to see a list of our services? I know education is one of the things we want to do. I'll just leave here.
Perfect.
We've got more up at the office. Thank you. Gives you an idea of, go back over our programs. We do a lot of things. Okay.
Who's gonna go first? Are you gonna do, you're surely not gonna do joint. You're giving separate line items.
I have just a little presentation about how we go about the process of our budgeting.
Perfect.
So you, folks might understand why sometimes, Amanda or I may not know the question you're answering just because of the way that the different budgets are prepared. So we do double budgets, basically. Each fund or grant shared between environmental and nursing is a collaborative work. Funds shared include the County Health Fund, Health First Indiana, and or Local Health Maintenance and Trust. The Director of Nursing and myself, along with the health officer, determine how funds will be divided, and each director develops a separate budget on the older form, which is kind of the line item form we have used in the past to determine our budgets. These separate amounts are combined on a spreadsheet, and between us, we put them together and have to send them to the state for approval of that grant. The funds here for the health fund, which we administer, when you're putting them now on the low system, and we combine these two budgets on the low system. And then we make notations on the low system as your form shows about what the individual departments are doing for each of those line items or numbers. So the Health First Indiana Fund temporarily used to reduce costs to the County Health Fund. We have been able to secure the funds from the Health First Indiana Fund from the state since 2024. And in 2023, the County Health Fund total for environmental was $1.8 million. In 24, 25, and now 26, by working to obtain the First Indiana funds, the environmental health fund total has only risen to $1,106,000. So we have been supplanting the county's fund by using the Health First Indiana Fund to keep costs down as far as that fund is concerned. In 2025 alone, the Environmental Division has purchased goods and services for our department and the community out of these Health First Indiana funds for $44,000 of software, $25,000 for a mosquito ultra-low volume fogger, $3,000 for new laser levels, $6,900 for AED heart start machines for the Parks Department Dunn Stadium and the courthouse. We've been frugal in spending these funds due to the constant change in state and federal administrations and their requirements that may lead to funding cuts or increases. At these rates of spending, the Public Health Fund's Environmental Division anticipates a 25 carryover amount in excess of $700,000, similar to the county's rainy day fund. To spend wisely going forward to 2028 and beyond as part of a plan to continue funding the one job position we have filled for Assistant Director Inspector, as well as supplementing our many programs. We have no additional staffing requests anticipated for the next 5 years. So that's a general intro to how we do our budgets. As far as individual budgets, do you wish to have a presentation?
I am very short
Okay,
this year, but I still might read it because I'm still nervous. So
You shouldn't be by now.
I know, but I am every single time. Even if you would just ask me what 2 + 2 is, I'd be like.
It's a
So
nervous-
as you
nervous-
know, can you hear me okay? Trying to.
Yes.
We've had a substantial decrease in the Health First funding. And I've been trying to be creative and working with the funding I have available to not ask for much extra funds from the county. I submitted a few attachments for your review, so I hope you got all of those.
Yep.
It was the Nursing Division 5-year plan with updates, the Nursing Division Action Plan with updates, and a list of what we've decided to cut or reduce due to the funding decrease. The staff and I utilized a SWOT analysis, which is the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats for each program to make those decisions, and all have been discussed with the health officer and the Board of Health. So pretty simple for the health fund, 1159. I have requested the 2% increase in salaries, and then an increase in the professional liability insurance because of the increased rates in 2025. I did not change any other operating supplies. So in 25, my budget was, this is where it gets me the numbers, $1,405,855. And for 26, I'm requesting $1,434 and $109, sorry. So the difference is $28,254, which equals about a 2.02%. So that's all I have for health fund.
Okay, may I go over what I have? The salary requests remain the same as
What's your
2020,
fund number, just so I can look at it and follow along.
1159.
You're 1159 too? Okay, perfect. Keep going.
So my salary requests have remained the same, plus the suggested 2%. The benefits are set as suggested amounts for 26. We probably would have had no changes at all going forward, but there were required changes in our fuel on line 270.
Yep.
Which went up. Insurance has gone up, and that's in our line 340. And then work phones in our line 320. And those noted increases required just prior to the budget, but they are included in your budget estimates.
And then I'll make a side note in the budget.
Yep.
Thing, in the note section, you'll see nursing amount and then
I do
environmental
see
amount.
that now.
And then we tried to put in, so you knew whose line item was what.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions on 1159?
No, thank you.
I'm confused on your insurance. What's the group insurance and what's insurance?
So the benefit insurance is gonna be the 100 section. And then the 300s is the professional liability.
So you've got the group insurance going up by 77 plus $1,000 and 15%. Approximately.
So that would be
Combined.
that would be what is set out by family insurance, single insurance, health insurance on that.
Do you have more headcount in that number this year than you did last year? Is that why that was more of a?
I do have the
Yeah.
positions that you granted for me for 25.
Yeah,
So
so
there
that's why
were
when-
additional staff.
No person.
And then on
It's
Okay.
not
Then-
just a
then
price
on-
increase.
the 300s.
Yeah.
That, the 25.5 for me is auto, liability, worker comp and property.
And
So that's
mine
a
is much bigger because it actually increased in 25. But we presented the budget before we got the bills, so then I had to move a lot of money around to pay the bills. So this is a true representation of what I paid last year, plus the little percentage that they told us to increase.
Okay.
And that's our car, our building.
Workers' comp.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. All
So
right.
Health First is 1161.
you.
And that one is divided up between environmental and the nursing division, and we split, this year for 26, we were awarded 429,865 and 26 cents. So we split that evenly, and so the nursing portion is 200, well, and your portion. We each get 214,932 and 63 cents. And for nursing, that includes the personnel services for the full-time nurse granted in 25 and the existing part-time nurse, benefits and supplies for the core services. Just so that you know, in 23 and prior, the nursing division got legacy funding from the state, which was, this is the amount you get, and so that number was $84,058.61. And then Health First came in 24, and then the health department got a bigger number, $928 and $11.11, and then 25, $1,793,532.45. So we do have a hefty cut.
I might add that change is the only constant we've experienced recently. So this feast and famine and different grants and different requirements on those grants, different reporting requirements, different ways to do the budgeting of them. So if there's any questions you have, just have us back. We'll try and answer those and do some deeper dive into it for you. So I did run.
No, you're fine.
And maybe this question is for, under Fund 1161, looks like everything. Are those all, is there a sum of all of those negative numbers that we need to come up with?
No, so, no.
Do you see what I'm
So,
talking about?
yeah, their budgets went way down because Health First Indiana, you said they reduced their funding, what, $1 million?
It's, yeah. Well, what?
Amanda
more than
spent
that.
all of her funds basically down in Health First Indiana, like she put on the programs. Link carried over 700,000 he didn't spend, which is probably a problem that you need to work on, because the state legislature told me they defunded because there was too many people holding on to their money.
Well, I think part of the problem was, and I know maybe we've discussed that in the health meetings, is that they threw an enormous amount of money out. They didn't allow a learning curve of how to go through all the processes to help our community partners. And then they looked at the first year, found out that people hadn't spent in a rapid fashion and felt we didn't need it.
Yeah.
So really it is one of the.
No,
Yes.
I totally agree, but they look at someone like Amanda who spent the money, and then they look at you who didn't, and they're like, what's going on? Why was she able to and you not? It's not apples to apples, I'm not saying it is.
Oh, sure.
But I think we do have to be cognizant that we're gonna continue to see the state look at, are we hoarding funds? And they're gonna reduce funding, and that's gonna punish our other colleagues. So when I look at this and think, okay, you carried 700,000 over, but yet you're splitting this year's 50-50, part of me's like, no, let's give Amanda all of it and you spend down that 700,000 so we can get more state money. Like, that's what I would like to do.
Sure. Well,
Crazy idea that they have because we should want to spend less money.
Well, but
Why do we increase
because-
encouraging people to
Because grants are
spend
meant to be
money?
spent.
because they gave you the money and now they're out of,
That it's be spent because that's programs that they support.
That's not how we
so-
operate our own budgets.
no, I'm not saying it is, but like they've cut it.
Why do we wanna have a wheel tax?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
well,
So I'm just saying like.
Link's idea that you save it.
Well, except until they say, okay, now you don't get funding, so now our nursing division's being punished. So I'm sitting here wrestling with all of these negative numbers. To your question, do we need to find the money? No, I don't think so. But I think, Amanda, you need to explain to us, what did you cut? And how is that gonna impact public health? And how is that going to have trickle-down effect?
Good question.
Because that's what we
sent you
need.
a letter.
I know you did, but like, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, which is the opposite of what you like to have done to you.
I think
But
that's a
like,
human emotion.
what's your 30-second elevator speech of where the pain is for you because you no longer have these funds? And if there was one program you could bring back or two, what would it be? Because those are gonna have the biggest impact on public health.
And a little caveat, we also lost our immunization grant, so that's no longer, and that helped us provide a bunch of our clinic supplies for vaccines, like the needles and stuff, and then the contract pay. So what has been the biggest hit is, when I first started, I was told that the health department was the best kept secret of the county. And I didn't quite understand that, so then it's been my personal mission that everybody knows about us. And so we got to a point where everybody, not every 100% of the
People who
population,
needed to.
but they knew we were out. We were out and about. We were at offsite places. We were attending events. And then now we have had to kind of stop.
Yeah.
For the after hours. I mean, we still try and do as much as we can during the day. But meeting the people where they are is probably the biggest.
What you're being forced to shut down.
Yeah.
So going to this, especially with the vaccines, going to where the people with the children that need vaccinated are.
And not necessarily children, I mean, adults.
No, totally.
You know, we have.
We just have to understand what we're losing
But it was tax money being used.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, we
It-
act like it's,
No, it was state
it's
tax.
just that they were saying that we can't keep funding that as a state and a nation.
No. So what
The
is
grants
that?
are all funded by tax money.
Yeah, so what's happened at the state level is our expenditures on Medicaid, which impacts, have gone from 9% to 22% of our state. And so they had to go find money, and they've discovered that the Health First Indiana was not spending money. So they pulled it all back in. So that's why I want to understand, yeah, I'm not against what the state did at all. That's why I'm like, Link, I need you to spend your money because they're not ever going to give this back. And I want us to understand, what is she losing? And how is that going to impact public health? Because having $700,000 in the bank account doesn't make me feel good if we're not vaccinating people that need vaccines and then having an outbreak of a disease. It does not make me feel good. Like, I'm not necessarily proud that you saved $700,000.
Well, I think that we were able to do that because for the
You told me you did it because you couldn't ramp up fast enough.
60 or, no, I said that that's why they reduced the expenditures.
Right,
We were already doing the core services required that the state was trying to
you 100% were. You are absolutely correct.
do that. So this year, we have a reduction by what you're saying of $768,000 in just my budget
Just in environment.
in 1161.
760, repeat that again?
768,481.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So there won't be any carryover
For
going
them,
forward.
beautiful.
And then the council had asked me for a plan going forward about how to potentially keep the assistant director's position on the grant
Yes,
and
Yes.
supplant that position as opposed to immediately trying to bring it back over to 1159.
and you were able to do that, correct?
Yeah, because we've got leftover funds to spend. So as far as that's concerned, we,
Exactly. Yeah.
we only increased we've increased one job position since 1989.
Right, with that assistant that we have.
Right.
Right.
Although the population of the county's gone from 60 to 80,000, our programs, we've added tattoo parlor inspections and
Yep.
many, many different things. And are performing the services that the state is asking for. So,
Which is a huge benefit to our community that you've added all of that tattoo
and
inspection.
our salaries are different. So that's a mitigating factor of expenditures as well.
Okay, perfect.
So that's something that,
So she explained what she had to cut. You've had 768 cut. What programming, same thing for you, 30 seconds. What can you no longer do from the environmental side that you were doing in 2025?
we will have to use judgment on expenditures on the additional field staff and the environmental preparedness personnel and the assistant director in order to move forward carefully to continue those positions.
Okay.
As far as what we do as far as the health department and public health, we can continue to provide the highest level of public health, environmental, public health, emergency preparedness, birth and death records. Just, we cannot add things like becoming a passport service center
Totally.
and those kind of things.
Yeah.
So we
No,
can't do anything extra, which was the whole goal of the public health,
Right.
the
to improve.
Health First Indiana program. They just needed to, I mean, there was a change of administration. So there was a whole different thought process going forward from year 2 to year 3.
Yeah. And a Medicaid problem. If we wanted to add back any of these external clinics, do you know roughly what it costs to put on an an out of hours? No, I'm just asking. No.
We're trying to cut, not put on more.
I'm just worried about, I've sat in enough of these health,
We're down
department stuff.
29%, that's great. I like seeing that decrease, not an increase.
I feel you, but the cost of public health is the reason this is decreased because we have so many people that have now gone on Medicaid and Medicare. And that's why we're seeing the decrease here, which is counterintuitive of the whole point of the Board of Health. So that's my concern. I've sat in too many of these Board of Health meetings now, that when we're not preventing the issue, that number for Medicaid and Medicare
Pay the bills and the hospital.
goes up. So it's not saving us any money, it's costing us more money, which is why I'm sitting here looking at them like, help me, help you, so we can decrease the state's expense on Medicaid and Medicare, because that's really the problem we have, why they lost their funding, because we no longer have a rainy day fund in Indiana. $1 billion last year extra to Medicaid and Medicare, and it's a public health problem. So that's why I'm like, no. This is and they're probably thinking, wow, she listens in these meetings. But that's why I'm like, no, tell me, because we have to, at the grassroots level, figure out how to keep people healthy so they stay off of Medicaid and Medicare, because they're on those programs because they're not healthy and they can't work.
But Medicare is really for our
However,
65 and over, so that really has nothing
Yeah,
to do with it.
but
Medicaid is not.
Yeah.
No, it's not, but there's a
And
lot of
we-
fraud.
Medicaid's really
A
the
lot
driver.
of cheating goes on in
Medicaid is
that
the
too,
driver.
so.
Now, our aging population is also a driver, which they assist with the aging population to keep them, but like our Medicaid costs went up unpredicted $1 billion in the state of Indiana last year. And that's why I'm like, okay, health department, you're supposed to prevent stuff on both sides. So like, what are we as a community losing because we lost the state funding? I love what you've done, because I love to save money and I don't want to spend more money, but I also don't want Medicaid bills to go up another $1 billion.
It's much more complicated than that, though.
Well,
Medicaid is a federal program that got pushed to the states. I mean, there's a lot of other things that could be fixed, and we're not gonna fix it at this
No,
point.
we're not, but what can we do? That's why I'm like, is it vaccinations? And maybe we can't fund it, but like, I just want to know, what could we do different? Because the Medicaid issue is a crippling issue that's going to continue to affect all aspects of our county budgets. Wheel tax is why, is another reason. Medicaid expense is why they're saying you guys have to have more money on the
Well-
table. It's all trickle down from the Medicaid cost.
Leah, I might add that, we did bring Aaron on board.
Yes.
Because it was nearly impossible for me to do, all of
I
the
know. You
office
needed him.
management
You needed
and to
him
do
badly.
the budgeting, and then to have $1 million grant program thrown on to me to increase our already totally full job duties. And, just in the last, you can check me on dates, but I think in the last 45 days, we've spent $90,000 for the community in our office on different things. That we're ramping it up. It doesn't mean that we've been remiss in spending, but then again, I'm not, my predecessor was one to be extremely frugal. He didn't like to get, the emblems put on shirts and things like that because it costs too much extra.
Yep.
So it's difficult for me not to be frugal, and being here 35 years, I know that this wasn't going to last. And that it might be wise to move forward in a safe and frugal manner. And that's just where my position on it. So as far as having money left over, I've heard about the health maintenance fund in Illinois where they come back as
Yes.
opposed to having a carryover. They just take it right back from the coffers of the local county.
Yep.
So as far as that's concerned, I think that anything that we may have been able to save and set aside at this point in time, they put a kibosh on by moving me down 80% just on my side, from 980,000 to 241,000 in 26.
Okay.
So back to your original question, I don't know the figure for a clinic, but I will say that I do take 5 staff. And it depends if it's 2 hours, if it's 3 hours.
Okay.
Generally, we don't hang out longer than 3 hours.
I'm just curious, because
But I can get you some numbers.
Submit that to insurance for those who have it.
Well, let me tell you, we do. And so we were using a third-party biller to bill our insurance. And we broke up with them because I couldn't afford to pay them. And so Elizabeth and I, and then the other girls up front will learn. But we've started billing insurance. And
internally.
we've actually gotten paid, so we're doing right. It's been
It's a really good thing.
Yeah.
it's a slow process because it's a little
Sure,
scary.
I understand that.
So if they do have insurance, we do bill insurance, yes. If they do not have insurance, they get publicly funded vaccine. We don't pay for, but we can, like for, kid Medicaid, not adult Medicaid, we can get a, administration fee for. So that's 1161 Health First.
Okay.
I do have Health First carryover, which is 1162.
Got it.
Nursing division, not me personally, has $173,105.51 remaining from the 2024 HFI budget. And I will be using $127,397 to fund the other existing part-time nurse, the supplies, the multiple core services, the printing, education and training that I couldn't put in the regular Health First. And so then I will use the remaining of those funds into 27.
To pay for those
With
positions.
some of the ones that I've got for 25, which now
They're gonna,
we're
well, the
making
budget's
a
set
plan.
for 2 years, so
Yes.
you know what you're getting next year.
Yes. So that's my request for 1162. And then I do have, legacy carryover fundings, the trust.
Yes.
Nursing division has trust, the environmental has
What's
health
that fund
maintenance,
number?
that is 1206.
Okay.
And, on my little spreadsheet that I made for my
Your health.
positions, that's funding the part-time front office position that you granted in 25. And I believe I should get through into 29, and I did put the salaries on there, and I did a 2% increase, on this little paper that I made.
Yep, for each
Oh.
year.
Yeah, so,
And the trust has enough to fund this through 29 is what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, perfect.
Ish. I increased it 2% each year to do math, so if you do a little more than 2%, it might.
It might run out.
We'll recalculate.
And then the 8931 budget that you have,
Yep.
that is funds left over from a school liaison grant that it was deliverable based. We met the deliverables, and the county we can use that until they're gone.
And
So
you're
that
not
one is
getting that one
funding.
again.
8931.
And you're not getting that one again?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That
no,
one, that's done.
That's done. That's done. So once these funds are over, then it's over.
Okay.
And based on a 2% increase, I think I could get through 28
Perfect.
for that position.
Okay,
And that does include the benefits.
I see. I see.
So it's a little messy and it's kind of everywhere, but, we were 2 years ago paying people out of this one and this one, and it was just a nightmare. So we condensed everybody so that there's just one fund people are being paid out of.
So our group insurance for our family costs $44,660.
Yes.
Man, health, not cheap. All right, Link, do you have more of these trust funds?
Just the carryover from, the 1162 Health First Indiana.
Is it in 1162 or it's in another account?
No, it's in 1162.
Beautiful.
Yep. So then the group insurance for those two job positions,
Yes.
as you just noted, one was 44,000
Mhm.
for family insurance, and the other was the remainder for a total of 63,773.
Mhm.
That did cover the employees that were covered under the 1161 as part of the carryover, so that worked out well. And then we do have a 5% a year setback from these Health First Indianas where we can use that for capital expenditures.
Yep.
And so then I'm putting, although I don't anticipate spending all of this, I'm putting 46,400 towards a replacement vehicle for our 2009 Ford Ranger truck out of that grant.
Perfect. Okay, this makes me hold on. I've seen the nursing capital. Have you put together a capital plan?
Capital plan.
So
Thought I saw a 5-year plan somewhere.
I saw,
We do have a longevity plan, and we do have a plan for what we're doing with these budgets.
the capital plan, so like, when I open the nursing one, she's like, hey, here's the vehicles I have, here's the inventory I have,
Oh, yes.
refrigerators, that type of thing, and here's when I think I'm gonna replace it, cause we're trying to get a handle on as Senate Bill 1 has changed how we will be funded with the lids.
Right. Yes, Aaron took care of that. I think there are 37 items on there.
Okay,
It's the inventory in a
yeah,
way.
perfect. Did you
Yes.
find it? I
No,
can't
I
find it.
found, nurse-
Aaron, can you make sure they have that?
We
Because
can
they can drop
resend
it
it,
in
but
the-
you know,
Yeah, they can drop it in our capital folder. We have a capital folder where all this stuff is in.
yes.
So
So
get
we-
it.
Yeah, we did that at the
Yeah.
same time.
Amazing. Sounds like you have it.
And then I do want to note that, it takes extra work to do grants.
Yeah. it does.
And I know that sometimes it's looked upon as expenditures or whatever. I have occasionally in the past heard department people say that they don't have any interest in getting extra money because it's more work. We've never felt that way. We, as an example, the health department in total has purchased all 9 vehicles that we bought since 2014 using grant money separate from the county health fund now, albeit two of those were our plan, I believe. And then the used vehicles we had went to maintenance. So they've been using our vehicles. You'll see our trucks running around in the maintenance department. So
I like recycling.
that's how we have been able to help the county and help the
I love it.
fund, the health fund portion of the tax line, going forward. I just wanted to make it, that's
That's a great call out.
almost $190,000 that, because we've worked a little harder, we've been able to save the county directly, and it's all tax money. Don't get me wrong, I know everything we're talking about is tax money, but it's at least available for a little work, and we get the money back, and then we're able to get, these trucks and SUVs or whatever we need.
I think that's perfect.
So that's my two items on the carryover on 1162. That's all I had on that.
All right, I'm making sure there's nothing else in my folders. Okay, I appreciate both of you. Diligence, always detail oriented. I hope we get some of this money back.
A lot of moving parts.
It's so much moving parts. Any questions for us?
We just hope we've done a good job presenting this. Believe me,
Was
it is.
amazing.
You could fill 4 tables with the amount of grant
I'm
paperwork we
so
have.
frustrated with the cuts you guys got, now that I fully understand what you guys all do, and I'm just hyper paranoid for the health of our most at-risk citizens.
And maybe they're just trying to rein it in and get a better grasp and then push it back out and be very specific for what it is.
It just makes me so nervous
And,
for so
and
many.
we're optimistic that that's the outcome, but it's nearly impossible to plan.
Yes,
based
and
You
upon
can't, you cannot.
It's like, oh my goodness, my mortgage is $100 this month, it's $9,000 next month, and now it's back to $50. So it's really kind of tough.
I don't know if you guys know this, with the Senate Bill 1, have you guys heard, is your funding changed with Senate Bill 1? Is the health departments? Have you guys heard this from your associations?
I don't believe it,
Okay,
I have been told from.
well,
because it's a different line
It is-
item on the tax.
yeah, it's a little different line item on text. I didn't
I
think it
think
was,
we're
but then
other,
I was,
are we other?
yeah, you might be used to this. I thought it said health.
But I used to, but
I'd have to relook at my property
it's like
tax.
0.035%.
Yeah. So they didn't touch yours in this. I've got Senate Bill 1 open. I'll find it. Any questions?
No, I'm just not head in the computer.
Mark, you know how we feel after months. I'm glad you guys can get to get a middle blast here for a few days.
Oh, for sure. Thank you to Lynn and Dr. Nabalski for coming in as well. We appreciate you guys being here.
I would like to say a few things here in defense of Link. When we got all this money, it was a large sum of money, and the state gave us some parameters on how to use it and what categories it should go. So we sat down initially without knowing a whole lot about it, and shortly after come all these key performance indicators that we have to meet, which did fall a lot in Amanda's realm.
Yeah, totally.
So Link's like, how do I spend all this money? In hindsight, maybe we should have, pushed a little bit
Yeah, that's
more in
what-
Amanda's direction. But another thing we ran into, all these community partners see that we have all this money.
And then they come
funding.
at you.
Correct. So now we're left with, we've made these agreements with other, resources in Bartholomew County, and suddenly we have to say,
Sorry.
we don't have the money.
Well, and I know planning ahead, and Marcus, I hear you too, like saving money so we don't spend it, and like you buying the truck, like huge savings for our taxpayers here. When I have a senator tell me, well, your county didn't spend the money, I'm just like,
Yeah, but that's that's a misappropriation, the way he's talking about it. That shouldn't be a criticism against Link at all.
no.
And you shouldn't encourage someone else to spend more money just because there's a broken system in Indianapolis.
No, and like, it's not that to spend more money, but they're like,
I agree, like, I just think I would
sometimes
never
there's a
tell you to
perception
spend more money
that
They felt the
Alicia
need
has
was
it.
there.
just because they got a broken system in Indianapolis.
Inside if they didn't feel the need was there and they don't
Yeah.
spend, so they don't think the money's.
My dad
Right,
always
right.
said that. He said, that's the stupidest thing. You shouldn't tell people to spend more of taxpayers' money just to give you more. You ought to be responsible with it. I think Link was responsible.
No, totally, but now we're cutting vaccination programs because we're out of money. That's the problem is,
But that's not Link's fault. That's state's fault.
no, here's where I'm struggling. And Dr. Mawski's really correct. Link did everything. I mean, like, Link had to figure out, what am I gonna do with this? I've sat in meetings with them where so many of those key,
Performance indicators.
thank you, I was like, the KPIs were so focused on Amanda, so like hindsight's 2020. Dr. Nabalski pointed it out, we probably should have given the nursing department more money than environmental, but they're both doing equally valuable work to prevent disease outbreaks in our community, so it just made sense to cut it 50-50.
Well, I might,
My concern now is, we got our funds spent or cut, and now we're cutting programs to prevent disease, and that's my like, not saying like Link should have spent all the money on frivolous stuff, nope, not at all. But when legislatures see that, they're like, the money wasn't needed, so we're not gonna fund it anymore, but it is needed.
That's where we need to go after, fix that broken system instead of fixing it here. We need to go to our state legislators and get them to review what they're thinking and doing.
But
So
they,
that's the broken system, not here.
well,
and
they
to,
can control how we divvy out the Health First Indiana. It doesn't have to be 50-50. Like, if there's a bigger need on nursing side, we have to be okay with not saying 50-50.
well,
But
initially,
we can't, now it's, the
But as
water's
a county,
gone.
what are we required to provide? We always told the jail, right?
No, this is a line item in property taxes. This is by law required.
Yeah, but that was grant money, so.
No, on your property taxes, you fund the health department. Yeah, yep.
It's just the way it is.
So by statute, we have to provide this.
so additionally, I don't know if you look at it as strong as insult to injury, but now this year, most of the KPIs are about environmental.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Well, because they heard the screaming, I'm sure, from other folks like Dr. Nabalski, like, help me, help my folks.
Well, and it's part of, it's education. I mean,
Yes.
we have to, on the environmental side, tell people that, all public health started out with rats and sewage water. And we moved from there, from the dark times. And,
Absolutely,
sanitation and immunization and vaccines have all sprung forth from that.
totally. It's
But
all-
there's still people that in your employ that are going out and making sure that people's sewage is going in the right place. That look at all the restaurants and have done almost 110 food trucks this year.
Well, you're probably-
Insane.
You probably encounter so many because you oversee the restaurants and so much of the sewage. You just have to get on Facebook on Columbus Chatter and see all the opportunities for the environmental arm.
Well, there's a lot
You
of
have
people,
time to do that.
yeah.
How do you not have time?
Yeah. I try and stay off social media. I let people tell me about it.
Yeah, I'm sure you hear about it.
Hours a week.
Yeah, during COVID, we had to shut down our Facebook page because of the comments.
I can't even bet. But Dr. Nabalski, I actually really appreciate your comments because you're right. Like, when you guys got this huge amount of money, you had to scramble to put it together. And the work you guys are doing is so critically important. I wish more people knew how you guys were working proactively on both environmental and nursing to keep our citizens healthy. So I'm in awe of everything you're having to do, and I'm always happy when I see something from the Department of Health cross my path, knowing that you guys are keeping our community healthy. So
Well, we thank you for the compliments.
keep doing the good work.
I would say generally it's an enviable position to have grant money, but this has been unnecessarily stressful as well.
This has been whiplash for you guys. That's-
Yeah,
it's
came out of
been whiplash.
COVID. I mean, I've been around
For
since
5 years. This has been like,
Ebola, 9/11, swine flu, all those things.
We're
It's just
still in a Hep A outbreak.
Hep A outbreak. There you go.
yeah,
That hasn't ended.
New mosquitoes that are bringing new diseases. It's just something that we look out for, and it's probably good there's a health department.
Yes, and I don't want it to go away because I do not want to go back. Sort of like I do not want to drink raw milk.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for your time. We appreciate your consideration and definitely come see our offices, come talk with us, contact us directly if you have more questions. I mean, we
Well,
tried to do our best to hit this. It's a lot of
this
information.
was really organized. And I appreciate your notes and explanations on your long-term
I
plan.
might add that our 8891 public health preparedness is already valid and in play, so I've determined not to present it here as a long-term. I want to do that at your next upcoming meeting.
Okay.
Because I could start spending that July 1st. And they just sent me the grant information last week.
Okay.
And we're in September almost.
So you need to be on the September meeting.
Well, I talked with David about getting on this.
Then I'll let you
To
handle it.
go ahead and present that to you, and that will help.
That
pay
would be
for the
perfect.
Public health preparedness coordinator as well.
Yep.
Position.
All right, we're gonna take another bio break and then the clerk presenting the election.
You too.
Thank you, folks. I know you do tough work here too.
Oh, I can't wait to see what your note is.
No, leave it off, Michael, what we were talking about.
Mm. talking election board?
Yes, yes, we are. I'm here with Julie, my chief deputy, and it pains me to have to come in front of you and ask for anything additional because I've never done this outside of asking for poll pads last year, so I don't like doing it, but we just feel like we have a few areas that we're just going to have to up just a little bit. And that is mainly in our area of election. Last year, I took out most of our election monies because for this year, since we didn't have an election. So all that money has been put back into the budget for next year for 2026. And we have three areas, the 31,000, the 32,000, and the 36,000 that I'm asking for an increase in those particular areas. And in my notes, I put that in the 31,000, we have a maintenance fee that has increased with our election vendor Microvote. And so they have increased their maintenance fee. So I'm asking for more in professional services for that cost. And then also in 36,000, there's a price increase to election services with them. And I've been with the county since 2013 and they've never raised any kind of maintenance fee or election service since I've been with the county. And I think they said in their email that they've only had like 3 increases in their time that they've been supporting counties in Indiana. So it's something that doesn't happen often, but I feel like I need to adjust our accounts so that we can cover that. In 32,000, I am asking for additional postage for the election side of life. There has, effective July 1st, there was new law put in by the legislatures that asked for the elections department to send out postage to anyone who does not have a social security number and that lines up in the election file or a statewide voter registration system. So I'm going to need extra postage in that area.
Is that state or federal?
That is state, yes. Mhm. And then also in our general budget, count 36,000 there, I'm asking for 2,000 more dollars to cover a new metering postage fee that we'll have. I did get that approved from the commissioners and we have some money set aside for that, but we were just seeing that they're going to be charging us $500 a month for that service. And so we think we're going to need just a little bit more in that account for next year. So we have had Quadient as our metering service. And to be honest, that got very, very expensive. And since the 2020 election, we have struggled greatly with having enough money in our budget to cover postage. We've never increased it. We've always tried to move money from one account to the other, but as Daleen will attest, that has been a thorn in our side. And so we would like to go to this Midwest, what's the pre-sort. And what they do is they have some businesses in Indianapolis. And since we're a donut county, they can include us in this. But they go to Monroe, they do Johnson, they do the clerk's offices. They, since we're a donut county, we can be a part of that. And they come and get our mail, they meter it for us and take it directly to the Indianapolis post office. And so we feel like speaking to other clerk's offices that they have tremendous service. They don't have customers calling saying they've not received their checks from the post office. So we'd really like to try this. So we'll be getting rid, we have already got rid of our Quadient machine that expired the end of July. So this is just something new I'd like to try out for a year. I think it's going to be a really good system. So for 26, I'm asking for additional $2,000 in that area.
Questions for Sherry?
Also included in that budget is my ask for voting panels. I know I came here a while back and talked to you all about the need for voting panels, and I believe that is in our account 1215.
That's in your election fund.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is money that we do have, but I would need that to be appropriated. We're asking for 60% down payment, then we would divide that 40% over the next 2 years with no interest from our vendor. And we just feel like we've had dialogue with the election board. Also, I met with the commissioners last week. They said they would approve it depending on what you all decided to do with this ask. So just wanted to put that in the budget as well. And I believe that's it.
That's coming from a different fund and not,
Yeah, that comes from the election board fund, the 1215. So, and she has, I mean, right now, that fund has a balance of $325,000. And so with property tax revenues for that fund and even with the, $200,000 for the poll pads this year, they should be okay.
How does that fund get replenished over time?
Property taxes.
And I really appreciate the council setting this fund up a long time ago. And I know a lot of counties do not have the luxury of having an account like this, and several are needing new equipment and just don't have the funds there to be able to purchase. So it is just a wonderful lifesaver that we have this money set aside to be able to use for voting equipment.
I think all of this makes sense to me as I dig into it. Any other questions for Sherry? Back on the election year cycles.
Yes, comes quickly, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And I'm sure that there will be some energy.
Yes, well, we hope so, right?
Yes, in 2026.
That's right.
All right, well,
We put the stipend in for her last year.
yes, for election.
Next year.
Did you put the stipend back in for you?
I
next year?
did for next year, yes. That is only to be received on years that we have a general election, so I foresee get that for this year. That I
Which
greatly
fund is
appreciate.
that in?
That's in, I believe that's in your general
County
fund.
clerk fund?
Yes, I think it is just the regular clerk salary.
what number?
Was it five, is it 5,000?
1,000.
One,
Very first.
the very, just under regular employees. Salary. 11.
I know, that's why.
What was the amount of the stipend for next year?
It's 1,500.
No, I
is
think
what
that's
it
right.
is. Yeah, I apologize, I'm not sure. I think it's 1,500.
Yeah. Do you know what's allowed by state statute on yours? So I think 2,500 is on mine.
I think you're right. I think it is 2,500 now that I
Okay.
think about it. And that may be what I received and what I had
Okay.
asked for.
Yeah.
I don't have. the
You don't
budget.
have what, you don't have the detail of what you put in that line
It's-
item?
No, I don't.
You have that?
Looking.
The note says 2% increase plus 2,500 voter registration.
Okay,
Oh, that's
that's 25.
11,000.
Sorry. No, you're fine. I couldn't remember what it was.
Okay, I need a key for all. I think we're good.
Okay, well, I sure appreciate it. Thank you all.
Appreciate you coming in. Okay.
Forward the email, so you need that.
Need a lot of stuff.
That's what I've been doing this year.
No, I think,
Did you guys get that?
You
did get it?
yeah.
Just like a jury turnout.
Line 112, 000.
Your Outlook probably died. Mine died earlier. Yeah.
No longer gonna be.
I had to restart it. It does it often.
That's why I've been trying to.
That was gonna do.
All right, Lindsay and team.
Oh, already going around there?
Do you want to just sit here?
Now, let's keep it going.
I mean, it's 3 minutes.
I know.
She was
No,
3 minutes.
this is a ton of time. It is, but now I'm like.
She was 3 minutes late coming in on Sherry's. We gotta get back on schedule.
That's what Jenny put it.
Hey, speak up to the microphone.
Yeah, George had a hard time hearing this
Huh?
session.
What did you say?
Our health insurance covers
Good, bad, I
hearing
can,
aids.
Yes.
okay.
George can't afford a hearing aid, just two BMWs up there.
It's-
Roar of the convertible.
Yeah.
It's okay with you guys, I'm gonna share my screen. That would be awesome.
I gotta stand up. It's up too much.
So I'm gonna try to keep this quick. A lot of this will be review, but I just wanna make sure that you guys, know where we're coming from. So 5-year strategic plan, I know we've talked about this since I took office, and presented my first budget for 2024. These are the objectives and the strategy. We have, made, I think, some really great strides on all of the above, implementing a standard practice for reviewing cases and filing charges, doing a great job. We have about between 90 and 95% of the cases that come before my office are filed between 48 and 72 hours after arrest, which is a huge increase, a complete turnaround, quite frankly, from how it was before. The downside is it creates extra work. It does put a lot of load on the deputy prosecutors. Also, just ensuring professional and efficient prosecution of all cases from start to finish. Not to boast, but here we are getting ready to start year 4, and our office is at 100% conviction rate on jury trials, which is huge too, because that, from a financial perspective, is obviously costly to the county. And so we want to make sure that when we are having to go that route, we're being successful. And to date, we have been. And also assisting victims of crimes, both by notification, by mail and support services, contacting them by phone, in person, all of that as well, which I'm going to talk a little bit about when I present on our 2 grant budgets. So when I presented, for my first year of presenting a budget in 2024, I explained I was going to be requesting in that year the addition of 1 criminal investigator and a deputy prosecutor. You guys were gracious enough to grant me that. And then no big additions in 2025, but looking into 2026, I am asking for yet another additional deputy prosecutor. The reason for that is this increased need that you'll see here. Go by year, we are consistently increasing the number of cases were filed. That's just the nature of the beast. And by adding, as you can see, in 2021, average caseload per deputy prosecutor was nearly 500 cases. The Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council recommends 320 for felonies, 400 for misdemeanors. So we were way over. We are getting closer, as you see, coming into 2024 with the addition of the deputy prosecutor. We're still over the 320, but we're getting there. And so that is why this year I am asking for that additional deputy prosecutor. 2025, these are projected numbers based on what we've filed to date. 1,654 misdemeanor cases predicted to be filed this year, 783 felony cases, and we always project 0 murders, doing great so far. So that brings us down, again, a step closer to that, the caseload that is manageable. And quite frankly, I'm very lucky. I have an all-star team of deputies, and running as tight as we are now with this caseload, it is, quite frankly, you don't have room for a weak link, right? Everybody's got to pull their weight and then some. So asking for that 6th deputy would bring that down to a more manageable number. So that's where we're at. So looking at where we stand today, this full-time prosecutor makes around 107,000 based on the 2024 numbers. We currently have 5 deputies. IPAC, the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council, based on our numbers, recommends 11. I'm asking we take 1 step closer and get to 6. Like I said, current caseloads are 827 per deputy. As far as misdemeanors, we only have 2 deputies that work in the misdemeanor courts, and 406, which is 126% of IPAC's recommended 320. So that is the prosecutor budget. That is the only addition we're asking, other than, of course, the 2%
increase across the board. Should I continue to the next budget, or do you guys want to take questions on that?
Question.
Sure.
The catch on this, I know we added the one, and this is going back 5 years. I'm trying to figure out the ripple effects by your numbers. For this board, we're gonna have to expect, I know they're sharing the magistrate, bringing over now. And 5 years ago, the judges had a group, that did the survey on the caseload of public defenders. Then we were losing public defenders, we upped their salaries, they're gonna come knocking on our door now. Not because of you, because of this and the courts. And I'm just making sure we're gonna have growing pains because of her growing pains. Ultimately, we're gonna be hearing these other people knocking on our door too, because I think there was initial file 5 years ago because of caseload, something Johnson County, a public defender,
It was a statewide study, and I
statewide?
can share that with everyone if you'd like. I
and
still
I just
have
knew
it.
that occurred and we were working towards that.
Yep.
And we didn't get any traction, that we upped their salaries, but we haven't increased their public defenders here.
Correct.
And I knew the magistrate was sitting over here because the court getting backlogged. And I knew you were approaching on this. I'm just saying, council, be aware, this is needed, but we're gonna have some growing pains down the road because of the growth in all 3 areas. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Isn't there still a study for the public
They haven't-
defenders?
Have they picked it up
Well, we
recently?
haven't heard anything from the judges on this.
I talked to Rhodey briefly about, they've been talking about it, but I don't know if it's actually raised its head again, but expect it.
A few months ago, you talked about hiring somebody out of Wake Forest. Did you end up hiring him?
Actually, just on Friday, he let me know that he had taken, so we were bringing him on as a graduate legal intern. We had, worked out the contract and all of that. Unfortunately, he got offered a position pre-bar passage, which is kind of unheard of, but, completely understandable, but he took that position because I couldn't promise him anything,
I
so.
wondered if this was gonna fill.
Yeah,
in, but
That was kind of the Band-Aid that I was hoping to utilize, but unfortunately, I just found out on Friday that it's not gonna work out, so.
I'm supportive of it. Should we move on or get a
Well,
consensus for her?
If you remember last year, I think I was one of those who tried about this into adding one last year, and she wanted to stick to her plan, and I think her plan is to add it this year. So, you know, in my mind, we have saved a year, but I'm supportive also, but I hear what you're saying, Mark, for the public defenders. I don't know what the real answer is. I think a lot of it, well, one of the things that I kind of remember the judge is talking about is that we have less lawyers, correct me if I'm wrong, Lindsay, less lawyers in Bartholomew County that would did. There are several who have retired and they have not, and there are no new lawyers coming in to replace their retirements. Is that still valid?
That's still accurate. I think we have had a handful of young lawyers come into town, but we're still, I think, we're at a shortage for sure of lawyers overall in town. I mean, I don't know if anyone in this office knows, but I've tried very hard to hire people local and it's just hard to do, quite frankly.
I don't think this is an offense, but I have read statistics that in the United States, we have more lawyers than anybody else in the world. So, I don't know whether that's good or bad or indifferent. I'm not putting a judgment to it, but,
I think it's good. I'm gonna go with good.
huh?
I said, I'm gonna go with good, but
I just, my big thing is, we gotta look 5 years down the road. This is a need, and we're gonna expect this, it's gonna occur.
Well, the sheriff said that the jail population is low right now. Is there anything, what's the crime rate doing and number of cases that come through?
It's too
I mean-
hot outside, they're not going outside.
if you look at the numbers, the cases filed aren't going down. I'm not sure Chris Lane may have a different perspective and I would defer to him. My perspective is a big part of that is those level 6 felonies are no longer consistently staying in Bartholomew County. They're going up to the DOC where we were holding a lot of level 6 felonies. I don't think the jail population going down is any indicator that crime is going down. If, like I said, if you look at the cases we filed 2024, we had roughly 1,600 misdemeanor cases and 860 felony cases. This year, we're projected, did I get ahead of myself here?
Sheriff's keeping his numbers down too, because he ships them over to Brown.
There's that too.
Yeah,
We're
I don't think he currently is.
Yeah, we're staying pretty consistent.
I thought maybe the bad guys now knew that you were prosecuting, so they weren't doing.
You know, I did hear recently that JNet is having trouble buying drugs in Bartholomew County, so that's a good thing, but,
That's good.
we're still getting plenty of other cases.
I was for her having an additional prosecutor last year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm still for it.
I'm still.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, still way behind. Like recommendation, progress.
Yep. All right. So what others, do you, I'm sure you have more.
I do, and so the final big ask, and I use that term loosely only because it looks like a big ask, but in reality, when you look at the numbers, it's not. So this is something I hadn't anticipated. This is gonna be the first time you're hearing this from me, but I am asking for a salary increase of $15,000 for the deputy prosecutor, Aaron Barnard, who handles our child support 4D division. The reason I would like to pay him more than my other deputies is because quite frankly, he manages a staff. None of my other deputies do that. And Aaron, if you could remind me, how many staff members do you have on yours?
7.
7. So in addition to his duties in court, his duties with case filing, he isn't managing a staff of 7 people. And quite frankly, I don't really know how I'd do it without him. So I'm asking him to do additional duties that I don't ask of my other deputy prosecutors. In addition, because it is child support 4D related, we are reimbursed for a part of that, a decent part of that. So if you look, it says $15,000, and this is where the mistake came in. I apologize. My office manager is out of the office right now, and I realized this morning that we had put this on the 4D budget, and where I really want that $15,000 to come from is the incentive fund. And that is because it doesn't cost the county anything. However, the 1346.55 is estimated what it would cost to total increase, and I have a handout that I probably should have handed you earlier. Okay, yeah. So Aaron's gonna come around with a handout that shows how we get to that number.
At least I can do.
Okay, so it's not in the 4D currently, but you want it moved to the 4D?
It is in the 4D currently, but I actually want it to come out of the incentive fund.
Okay, got it.
Why?
And so that is
Payback.
my
Because
mistake.
then she can get it paid back.
Oh, okay.
Difference.
Right.
Is it full amount or 50/50?
It looks like it's like 90%.
Yeah, so basically what it comes down to, if you look at it, with it coming out of the incentive fund, none of, obviously, that doesn't cost the county a dime, that 15,000. So now that he's got that handed out, if you look at that top row of numbers, that is essentially what the payout looks like now. So you've got the salary followed by health insurance per FICA for that total. And then obviously you're seeing nothing coming out of that incentive fund because right now that is it. There is no additional. And then the general fund reimbursement that comes from the state, you see in that third column. And so what it costs the county to pay that particular deputy is that $41,799.73. That's what comes out of the county's budget that is not reimbursed. So if you look at the middle row, which is what I'm proposing, a $15,000 increase, you see everything there on that left hand. Obviously that adds in the $15,000 that comes out of the incentive fund. Third row is your general fund reimbursement. And so then you look at the increase of the cost of the county in that fourth column. So it goes from $41,799.73 for 2025. If we did this increase in 2026, the actual cost of the county would be that $43,146.29 coming out at a total increase of $1346.55.
Nice.
Is there any possibility the reimbursement would get, we've seen cuts across the board in other areas from other,
Not for this.
but not for this. Thank you.
No, ma'am.
I don't know why we wouldn't do this then, if he's doing more work. And the cost,
Responsibilities.
More
Yeah.
responsibility.
I
yeah,
don't have a problem at all. Consensus is, I assume everybody's fine with it.
thank you.
And the last thing is not budget changes, but I know there was a meeting with council regarding grant funding.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to chat about that because the question was, as somebody just hinted on, this grant funding is going away. So I have 3 positions that are grant funded, at least partially. So
And what fund do they hit?
So, yep, if you look here, oh, why is it not, oh, hold on, I might have to reshare my screen. Give me just a second.
The victim assistance coordinator?
Correct. So we've got a stop fund, which is a grant. We've got a VOCA fund, which is a grant. And then we do have one part-time victim assistance that's paid out of our regular prosecutor budget.
Okay.
Have you seen the biggest decrease with VOCA?
So we haven't seen any decreases yet. That's what we are expecting though, is with VOCA. I have a conference call Monday with the National District Attorneys Association to discuss what those funding decreases are gonna look like. And I'm hoping we'll also discuss additional grant options that may be available to us. That's what we're looking for. But if I'm being brutally honest, we have not been able to find any other grant sources to overtake these. So I'm looking at other things. Actually, let me delete some of these out so you can see this all. So those are the three positions. The VAC stands for Victim Assistance Coordinator. So we've got a Victim Assistance Coordinator and investigator. Her name is Rachel, and she is paid out of the STOP fund. Then you've got Victim Assistance Coordinator, Michelle, who is paid out of the VOCA, and she's paid 100% out of VOCA. And then Shannon, another Victim Assistance Coordinator, is paid 90% out of VOCA. The county pays 10% of her salary. So both of these grants obviously are kind of on the chopping block, so to speak. And so we're trying to figure out different ways that we might be looking at funding this. And so Pia and her crew have handled a lot of my annoying questions this week about my diversion and deferral fund, because that was a fund that I think we could use to supplement some of this. So for those of you that don't know, our pretrial diversion and deferral fund infractions, as well as quite a few misdemeanor crimes. If you are a first-time offender or have a very minimal criminal history, we will offer you a diversion or a deferral sometimes, depending on the nature of the crime. That requires you paying a fee, and then after a year, we leave the case open. You pay the fee, you admit guilt, we leave that case open for a year, and if in a year you haven't committed any new crimes, we will dismiss the case.
I pay one every 5 years. When I get a speeding ticket.
Oh,
You prepay it?
I might as well. Actually, I bought a
It's like a
car that doesn't go that fast.
Sorry, George, you just pre-funded.
so how much money do we have in that account that you can?
So right now, we pay out of that, like I said, for one legal assistant, that's the only thing we're paying out of that, and that salary is $51,622. We bring in right around somewhere between $100,000 and $125,000 a year.
So it is.
It'd be
not-
more if I
I was gonna
paid
say,
for your
why don't
car,
you-
paid for your car.
How do you get a BMW like George?
So that's what
It's
I,
not enough to absorb.
it's not enough to absorb all three positions, no, but it could supplement. I know you guys are looking at, I'm not the only department coming to you saying I have grant funding that I may lose, so. I will tell you, these, as I mentioned kind of in the beginning, these positions are integral to what we do. And quite frankly, the answer, if we lose grant funding and we can't find another way to fund these positions, where that load falls on, and it's a statutory load, we are required to make contact with victims at certain points in the cases. If these victim assistance coordinators aren't doing it, it's gonna fall on a deputy prosecutor. So quite frankly, it behooves us to hire these people that quite frankly make quite a bit less than a deputy prosecutor to take on part of that load. Otherwise, you're paying an attorney to make all this contact, and from a financial perspective, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But that being said, these positions have been funded for decades by grant funds, and we are looking at potentially losing those grant funds.
I definitely don't want to take away victim support.
So their salaries are paid by grants. What about their benefits?
Yeah, I believe the benefits were funded by grants, and then recently, either last year or the year before, we got a cut on the grant funding that we asked the county to pick up the benefits. Was my recollection. I can't remember exactly what year that was.
I don't recall either.
You sent us this information. Is this stuff in our folders?
It's probably not, but I can send it to you.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I'm like, where is this in my folder? Okay.
I will certainly do that.
So what's the total cost of all three to keep them? It sounds like we're already paying for everything else.
They all make the same amount, and there's
So roughly 150, is that what you said, Mike?
Roughly, yes.
Not benefits, but then it's not.
So
they're
if
not
we're
cutting
already
out-
paying-
Assuming if grants go away, but that's just an assumption.
Yeah. But yes,
But
I'm
we
just,
need prepared.
yes.
And the stop grant is up relatively soon because it's an annual grant, so it's up. Their fiscal year runs through the end of September.
Are your grants from December to,
No, this
or,
one.
or they start in July or when
It
does
runs October 1 to September 30 is the way the grant cycle runs.
You don't know for 2026 whether you're getting it or not.
I don't know for STOP. Now, VOCA is a 2-year grant. So I know for VOCA, we are funded through September 30th of 2026. So
So we wouldn't need a full 150 for next year.
Yes.
correct.
So,
Potentially.
yeah, we're gonna have to talk about this a lot next year. But in the meantime, your speeding ticket fund
Yes.
could.
Leah's got all the 99 days. She can figure out when to put her card. Put her card.
When do you apply for the VOCA grant? You said it starts in September. When do you apply?
We've already applied. We're waiting to hear for our 2026 funding. Yeah, so we should be hearing something very soon
Was that
on.
the one you said was the
and
2-year?
I'm sorry, STOP is the one we're waiting to hear on. We will apply for a VOCA next spring.
Next spring, okay.
Yeah.
So some other organizations I work with, they get VOCA grants, they have had kind of a stall on reimbursement. Have you seen that as well, or are you continuing to get reimbursed?
I have not been made aware of any issues with reimbursements. I say that, I'm gonna hedge that because Debbie would handle that and she's been out, but I would double check with her, but I would think she would say something. Yes, absolutely.
Omitted question from earlier, with the increase in your deputy prosecutor, and then looking forward, especially with your caseload, support staff and Horizon, are you comfortable with what's going on now, or losing staff, or are you gonna anticipate adding in the future?
I'm gonna anticipate adding in the future to meet the needs. Essentially, the staff members are acting as paralegals, right, for our deputy prosecutors, and with us adding to an attorney this current year and then an attorney next year, I mean, we're looking at increasing support staff in the future as well. So not for 2026, but yeah, 2027.
I assumed that would
Yeah.
be there, but
And-
I just wanted to bring it up in a conversation.
This isn't a concern for you guys, but I do want you to know I've already been in contact with the commissioners. We're outgrowing our space down there as well as we're adding people, so we're kind of looking at options for that as well.
How much space do you need?
Right now, I don't have a place to put this new attorney I'm getting in January, so,
What is that, what is that? 5,000 square feet down there?
gosh, I would not venture to guess.
I have no. frame
I'd
of
say
reference.
2,000 or less.
It's not a lot of space at all.
It's not much.
That's a good count of windows.
Yeah. We're just talking about other buildings, so I'm just thinking.
So just a thought. I met with commissioners week before last, just to kind of give them a heads up about that in the coming year or two.
I don't have anything further. I do think we need, like, with the grant cycles different and the state funding from July to June and sometimes calendar years, and even if these grants are on different sides, we may need to tell department heads over the next 12 months when they apply and get denied, or they're applying and not going to get funding, we need to know through the calendar year, so when we come in now, how much are we going to be short, instead of, next year you may get denied in February, and we need to know so we can anticipate it coming.
Right.
Instead of just getting blindsided right next August.
That's a good point, Mark. You're right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
You gonna introduce your guest back there? I haven't recognized him.
Oh, we talked about the investigator, but the one and only Jay Frederick.
I know.
Thanks for approving my position.
Keep doing what you've been doing, Lindsay.
Yeah, keep putting bad people in jail.
Thanks for this council's time.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all.
By the way, I'm leaving.
I'm not sure if $15,000 I would put up with her. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, big time.
So we added to the budget today.
Yes.
Uh,
You doing it?
Katrina, would you like to talk?
Do you have a budget to present for us, Katrina?
I'm just glad one of my friends actually sees that I'm working. Because they will. Because they
Now
will.
she's got proof.
Said first time.
Oh, okay. A couple things.
Yeah.
Bring that up.
I'd like to move forward one way or another on the hours of operation, but the one thing I wanted to really talk about, we need to be consistent on the $2 or $2.50 throughout,
Yes,
instead of one department with shift different
no, got to be consistent.
and with
We get it
250,
wrong.
who's in what and where, so I get it straight in my head.
Ethically and legally, I think that we need to be consistent throughout.
The jail at 250.
What? It's like $2.50. It's $2.50 at the jail, $2.50 at E911. At whatever you did with youth services and.
Was it two at those?
She was going to 250.
She was going to 250.
Brad's group,
Who was it that we moved from Brad's group went from $1 to $2, right?
I think they all need to be at 250.
$1.50 to 2 maybe, but.
So we're kind of consistent.
I mean, if you look at, I mean, just think about it. 250 at 2,000 hours is,
5,000.
is only $5,000 a year. Did I do that math right?
And 50 cents.
Because I was doing heavy math in my head.
At 50 cents, it's 1,000.
Do what now?
At 50 cents, if we're going from 2 to 250, it's $1,000.
We got to, which needs
So,
consistent with department.
Figure out how many people it is, how many hours it is.
And yeah, and I mean, you think about your shift pay, that's the incentive to get somebody to work that shitty time.
May I make a suggestion?
Go to 250.
If I may make a suggestion, why don't we talk about the principle and arrive at a consensus and then allow Pia to bring back tomorrow what that means from a budgetary point of view, dollar-wise.
Well, there wasn't a lot today, that so far, at least, that we've come up with. Daleen just passed me a note that I'm gonna let her talk about.
Just something to think about as you're budgeting for this year, based on the people that do what?
Mike. Get the mic closer, I can't barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Based on the people that presented today, you know that you're gonna have 4 new position requests for next year, not including any grant positions that we may lose.
Can you,
Oh, let me-
can you
let
tell me who those are?
Yes, the prosecutor's gonna ask for a deputy prosecutor and an admin.
Another prosecutor deputy next year?
She's gonna ask for another deputy next year,
So
as
this is
well as
26 for 27, correct?
it's for the 27 budget. She's also gonna ask for the clerical person.
Yep.
She was only asking for a prosecutor for 26 and 28, not 27.
She said next year.
For the
Be
ad.
the admin.
I didn't catch that.
I didn't. either.
I copy admin.
I
She
called
said-
the admin because you asked
I
specifically.
didn't catch that, because the reason I said something later, she's
No.
gonna need one.
No, yeah, she said later, like she's gonna need more
So
support.
her 5-year plan was to have a new one in 24, a new one in 26, and a new one in 28.
Okay, so then you've got your admin.
Yes.
Okay, you've
Yes.
got the sheriff asking for a merit deputy. And he's also asking for a correction officer.
I thought the sheriff didn't have a. no,
I
he
didn't
already
think the
had it
sheriff
in
had
there.
anybody.
Not this year, this is.
That's
next
part of
year.
it for
Now-
27.
That's what she's
His
predicting.
5-year
for
plan.
next
Okay,
year.
prediction, okay.
He has asking for a position. from
Well, I can help
27
with
to
that
30.
right now on our budget, because I would like to remove, 2 intake officers from the,
Intake, they only have 4.
what was the 2
Youth
positions?
care
Youth
workers.
care worker.
Youth care worker.
Okay, and
Because, I mean, just, and if they need, if it comes to the point that they need it, they can come back and justify that, but having those positions open throughout the year, 8 months, I can't justify filling those positions. So that will help compensate for the additional personnel that we're looking at now, if that's removed from the budget.
For 27.
on the sheriff's staffing,
Mhm.
I think there's a confusion about his merit deputy request. Because he's saying, preparing for 27. He's hoping that we work toward 61 to 65 deputies.
Yeah.
And right now we are at 47. I think his ask is for 5 a year, not one
Oh,
per
right.
5 years.
You're right.
I think he's asking for 20 new ones potentially. So,
I gotta relook at that.
I think you're right,
so,
because
Yeah, if you look
estimated
further down.
cost for
correct.
2027, 350 to 400 annually.
Yes.
He's
got an annual cost
there.
So
We need to fact.
I would hedge
Down the road,
two.
I think we need to walk, let's get through 26, then.
We'll get through 26 and then we'll, yeah, but I agree, you know, there's people planning and asking for things in 27, 28 beyond.
Well, and I just think as you're adding some of these things, like we've talked about the insurance, you're adding that almost 500,000. So like, think about as you got more positions coming up.
Let's get consensus, we can reduce right now by 2.
How
many are we adding
2026
2026
before
before
you reduce? The 2 jobs in the youth service center.
Two.
We got 2, right?
Yeah.
Matter of
That
fact,
is
I may even
deputy.
agree to do 3 off.
Prosecutor.
Excuse me, do the 2 and any open jobs, reduce that.
Yeah, they cannot hire.
They cannot hire anybody.
Without-
And besides, with the facility that, with the facilities that they have, the number of people that, number of kids are coming in, you don't need to have the full number of staff that they have.
Say what you and I talked about.
So, and I told, and George, I told Pete, or Leah, I said, I sometimes have to change from that private sector hat to the public sector hat. But I am a proponent of having individuals in the float pool for a couple of reasons. Number one.
Oh, so am I.
You get the flex, but I always kind of overlap that private to public, and I have to remember it's 2 different ballgames. Number one is it gives you the versatility of that individual to be placed wherever you need them to be.
Right.
Number 2, it's a training program for, as you do have attrition, so that you have somebody ready to pull into that position if you need it.
But I
So I
agree.
would rather see a shared employee among 2 departments through a floater pool, but if we do that, I think that it needs to be, the cost needs to be split between the
Yeah.
2 departments.
And I agree with the concept from a business point of view, not from a government point of
Right.
view. But I would expand it to the sheriff department, to the E911 and to the IT department.
Oh, also do one for those departments.
That's what I would, yes, because you have people that you can hire, they don't have necessarily a job, but they get trained throughout the department and all that kind of stuff. And then when there's somebody who leaves, bingo, you put them in and they're ready to go. Particularly the sheriff, it takes about a year. When you hire somebody for them to be out in the street,
It is.
actually producing something for the county.
Yeah, go put them in the
Mark,
floater.
how many weeks is the police academy? Is it 18?
Something like that
20?
now. Then you got field training,
Yeah, it's a full year before they can go out on their own.
Especially like we were talking about youth services and the corrections. Yeah, but you're right, for IT, where some of that carries over, same skill set.
Yeah.
And from a concept point of view for 2026, I'm not looking at 2027. I'm personally very concerned about something that Scott Mays made the comment about, their salaries being at 25%, and the 25 percentile, number one, and number two, that they're totally stretched out. If we lose people because of the job requiring too many things and they can go to a better pay and all that kind of stuff, we will be losing more by losing that person than by the increase that we give those people. Now, what I would prefer doing, and I'm glad that Scott is here, I would say, Scott, give us back an idea, how much do we increase so that it'll be higher than a 25 percentile? And give us an idea and a recommendation, and then find out what that recommendation is and go there. I have no idea at this point in time, without really doing some research, how much more do we need to increase the ITP?
George, here's the thing I look at when we're approaching the budget. I agree with what you're saying there in the future part of it, but I've got to take what elected official and our department heads come in front of us. If they ask for $10, I'm gonna consider that. If they're not asking for 12 people, I'm not even gonna think that until they bring the data before me and show that. Granted, we can lead them to the water and suggest things like that.
Yeah, but
We need to move all center and focus on
we
what's
need to start
2026.
thinking outside of the box. If we're gonna start thinking about how do we prepare for 27, 28, and so forth, we need to start preparing now. So I understand what you're saying. I don't disagree with you. The only thing is that I think that we need to start thinking outside of the box and start doing something different. We're asking every department to start thinking differently than what they have thought before. We need to be an example.
True, but also from a county perspective, it's not just salaries, because at the private sector, they are getting some benefits that they don't have to pay for, that as an accounting employee that they would have.
And it could be a combination of salaries, it could be a combination of paid training classes that they can go to. I mean, there's all sorts of things that can be done from a total compensation, not dollars and cents in the salaries.
But the conversation I had with Leah, I was kind of speaking more in terms of like
Yeah.
youth services and the corrections department.
Mark, you were talking about the two youth caseworkers,
Yes.
so 97,000.
Not counting benefits.
No, that's not counting benefits, that's just straight out.
Yeah, is there a consensus on that, or am I off base thinking that?
No, you're not.
We've already
Consensus
identified.
to do that?
I'm with it.
I'm not knowledgeable enough about that, whether to.
Right?
Oh, I think Mark is, so I take his
Leah?
lead.
If she's lived without him for 8 months.
Well, and she's probably lived without him for longer than that. Here's my bigger concern is her 160,000 she spends in overtime. Because she's stealing from that budget to pay for overtime.
She's not managing that department right, from a people point of view.
We also don't have a good perspective of how much those employees are costing us.
Right, so that's why I'm like really loving this floater pool thing. Because instead of paying overtime, let's pull in from the floater pool, these people that we're training to work in community corrections. Because, I mean, I'm looking over here at these, I don't know who, I mean, is it 160,000 they need for overtime? If we cut these head count? Because she's only asking for 55,000.
I don't, do you have their 2025 year to date? In OT? Yeah.
So if you have a question from a floater perspective,
From a payroll standpoint,
yeah,
not from a.
when it comes, when we budget it in a certain field, but then when it's paid out, charge it to the correct department? Or do we have to allocate it or?
Yeah, reallocate it, probably.
It's gotta stay in funds in the lines.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, like, if we share between two departments, really the department should get charged for when they use it.
I'm gonna tell you a pool thing that, the difference in responsibilities on, just like a cook, going from a jail to a cookout to the, youth services, there are dietary restrictions, different things. Certain jobs you cannot cross-train, that they're individual things, and I don't know how we can, I understand the philosophical thing of it, but I, as in a department head, I'd be reluctant if they're not trained totally what they're needed there, because I couldn't go in, I don't have the expert of a pool to walk in for a juvenile, knowing what restrictions are and everything else. I mean, most of this is in theory, but, you know, they do need some direction, but right now, I kind of like motion, if I need to make a motion to decide whether we're gonna retain those two people or not. We gotta do something with the budget.
Yeah.
And
I may have misunderstood her. I thought, she mentioned that she has done some of that.
I didn't catch it to the beginning, because there's specific training for them, for their particular juveniles. I mean, with the teaching and out.
They have floaters. She mentioned floaters.
But-
But I don't think they don't work across to
That's
the
like-
adult side.
Yeah.
So we have a chat there.
I think
I can't see that.
Scott pointed out, so I'll read it. The request for 2027 would be 2 merit and 1 corrections.
That was
Oh.
from Brandon Slade.
That is not what this paper says.
I think it's
Between
more of
2027 and 2030.
a hope, it's a hope.
You know, that,
Oh, that's for 27, not 26.
right.
No, in 27, it says
That's next year's, but
preparing for
27
2027.
is the following year budget.
Oh, I see what he said, 1 per year. I need to read better. Thanks, Brandon.
I came up. John said we're asking for 5, we're asking for 2 in 2027.
What were you saying about the overtime?
Overtime so far this year, $185,324.
Just for youth service?
Until August.
$185.
$185,324.04.
Shoot us.
I want
How
that
many
motion.
employees is that? How many 40-hour employees is that?
Why, to reduce it to?
2 people.
I think that we have consensus, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we have to vote on it yet because this
No,
is
we
a
don't have
budget.
to
But we move on to another topic.
Correct.
No, but
We have
this
consensus
is
on
gonna be a problem.
Yeah,
Cutting-
but I
so-
think he's talking about.
No, you're talking about cutting headcount? And I'm more worried, instead of
No,
cutting,
we're not. We're cutting positions, not headcounts, they're not filled.
They're not filled right now, so
No, no.
this is overtime and other things. If they go beyond that, then they can explain it. I can't have a blank check running an office for overtime. If I only got 5 employees, and this is where in the state level that they had problems, you got $100,000 employee, and they're making $300,000 a year in that in overtime.
no, that's totally what's going on. That's why I'm like, do we actually? Why I wish you were here.
What was our total budget for
I think
overtime last year? They
part-
moved money because it's still left in their 100. If they got overtime and it's getting out of hand, they can come to us and explain
But
to us
Mark-
why.
The problem is poor management of people. They have 2 jobs that are open and they cannot fill it, so they're filling that position, those jobs by overtime.
Bribing people with overtime.
But it's also making it a difficult case for us because when we look at the budget, they found it in these different places and we're not seeing the
Right, so-
dollars and cents. We don't see the true story of
What it
where that
costs.
money's spent.
Am
what it
I
costs.
correct? If
It's
in the
hidden.
100s, I gotta pay a salary out of that. If I got 10 employees, and I only got 5 of them on the books, and I'm paying salaries out, I've got an extra 5 employees that I pay 100 grand each. I got all that surplus money. So during the year, if I'm gonna pay those other 5 employees overtime, I just move that money over there and pay it. So that's where we're at. We've got, all year, I've seen a reduction, not full-time employees, and they're taking that 100s in the money, moving it to pay overtime. We can't control that, but I can control the full-time people, and if they got an overtime problem where they're paying
Then
too
they
much
can
and
come
too long,
ask.
they can come back to us and explain why.
Correct.
They got,
And
and if it's
that's-
short and they can't fill it, that's a problem.
And that's
But
what I
if they're not
say,
filling it,
any open jobs that they have, reduce it, take it out.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we can continue to give them 10 other employees and add $1 million to their budget.
But
They
they're
can
not gonna,
run-
they're
do
not gonna
whatever
fill it.
overtime they wanna do.
To your point, there's something,
That
Well,
is
so
poor
it's not-
management of, they're messing around with the budget and how people are being worked.
But they're
Poor
not coming to us.
What did we actually put down for their overtime?
Your original appropriation was $54,880 with an additional $120,000 total, $174,880. So they are in the red in that line
Do
item.
they not need to come to us and ask?
They
to move
did.
monies from buckets?
no,
Like everyone else asked to move from.
No, when they have it all in their 100s.
hundreds. It's when you go
And
from
that's what I'm
100
saying.
to 200s.
If they didn't fill 2 positions, cut that back, then when they wanna come in and spend 300,000 for overtime, we can question why.
Yeah.
Right now, for 8 months out of the year,
They don't have,
they haven't filled them. So why are we gonna set that money aside when we got full-time other employees that we know we need?
The light just came on
Correct.
because they have the money in the regular salary budget.
yes,
Right.
yes.
Yeah,
And
sorry,
the
I
middle
was
of
slow.
budget.
I was slow.
I got you. I saw a flash over there.
Yeah, I was like, wait, I was
I
like,
hear
he's
you,
saying, reduce that bigger column, then they don't have the money to move, and in order to move it from any other. It took me a minute, sorry, I
Right.
appreciate it.
Me too.
So do we have consensus for reducing those open jobs?
Yes.
2 of them.
2 of them,
For youth services, correct?
for you, sir.
I agree.
Youth care workers.
Yes.
Youth care worker.
Okay, so we do have consensus, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one. Now, Animal control, they want to convert a part-time to a full-time job. Do we have consensus on that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a
I do
problem.
too.
I get it.
Yes.
Guys?
Yeah.
The other one, do we have consensus on the prosecutors? They're asking the two
Yeah.
people, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Marcus?
Yes.
Was it two people?
No, I only had.
It's just one.
One prosecutor.
One prosecutor,
deputy
yes, I'm sorry.
Deputy.
Twenty-seven she'll need.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
she'll need admin.
Do we have consensus to be consistent on the $2 and $2.50?
Yes,
Yes.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it makes it easier for us.
Now, here's another whopper, a consistency one way or another. I don't know how to call it this, but it's the, hours of operation the commissioners proposed.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yes.
Oh, wow.
And that was consistent with other county offices, and I'm supportive of it.
Okay, help me out understand this thing.
I tried yesterday, George, I don't know if I can.
They're here from
Yeah.
8 to 5, that's 9 hours. And
No, they're not here for 9 hours. They're here for 8 hours and 1 hour they're on lunch.
on lunch,
20-minute
okay.
lunch.
No,
No,
no, today,
no,
today,
no.
today,
Right.
today.
Right now, they're here for 8 hours and 1 hour
Hour
is for lunch. And what they're proposing is to go down to
Still 8 hours.
still 8 hours, but give half an hour lunch and the other,
20 minutes paid.
It'll be
or 20 minutes lunch, or half an hour, 20 minutes,
as
no.
built into the 8 hours and it will be paid.
Yes.
And it will be paid.
And we're doing consistent, what my understanding is consistent, not only what the courts have just switched to, back in mid-year, but the majority of the other offices, county buildings in the state.
And that could be viewed as half an hour a day that their salaries are not gonna be
So from 8 to 12, they get paid for 4 hours.
4 hours.
From 1 to 5, they get paid for 4 hours.
Right.
So that's 8. Right. If we switch, they go from 8 to
Oh,
4.
like-
8 lunch.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's true.
4 a day, 5 days a
We're
week.
not talking about.
I'm fine with that.
Hey, pretend we're not at the deli, okay? We're not at the deli for lunch. I know it takes you,
I was there today.
Judy eats quicker than you do.
Well, I know.
What do you think of it?
The fact that you know that,
Next time I
Marcus.
put in your,
I know that. Well, I sat and visited with them last
I
night.
put in your ticket next
Yeah.
time.
Oh.
In talking with Carolyn and Brandy, it sounds like the department heads have flexibility now
Yes.
on when they can do their work. So if we implement that, that's fine. The department heads can still give people flexibility and options no matter what we do, right?
Well, elected officials can,
Yeah.
Okay, elected officials can.
elected officials can.
Okay,
And
so they're gonna get their
so,
jobs
that-
done.
well, but the buildings will only be open now until 4 o'clock.
Correct.
Commissioners
The,
run
the
the building.
buildings will be open from 8 AM to 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So
Kimber, you
some
can-
of the flexibility that we've been able to have may go away
That wants to close.
because,
But if Brandy wants to come in at 7 AM and leave at 4, or come in at 8 and leave at 5, is she still gonna have that flexibility?
Yeah,
according to the commissioners, no.
It's the.
I understand.
The building's gonna be open 8 to 4 is what the proposal is.
thanks to Mike, he made me understand this. The only problem that I have with that is from a individual resident of Indiana, of Bartholomew County, coming over here, they have 1 hour less that they can come in and talk business with somebody, elected official. That's the biggest concern I have. You know, there are people who work on first shift until 3 o'clock. They only have basically 1 hour to get here before they have 2 hours to get here and do whatever, transact whatever business that they have. And in there, when you talk about if they work, they still have to travel over here, so they may not even have a full hour. That's the only concern
You
that I
know
have.
what, George? Guy on third shift's got a full 8 hours.
If
But
you
like
go
what
to-
Kleinhans
yeah,
said, that's how Jennings County
but
is,
if
so
you're
he just goes
retired, you
early.
have all full hours.
According to the commissioners, we're only one of 2 counties of the 92, so.
Yeah, so I'm in favor of it. I want people to have flexibility.
Leo?
Yeah, I don't, this is not a hill I'm gonna die on. I want I'm more concerned about flexibility for
Yes.
employees, because I'd rather have satisfied
Friend down here on
employees.
the end.
No, don't point at me.
But you're working 4 10-hour days,
Yeah,
okay? That goes away.
that's life, I guess.
Does it?
I mean,
It goes
Brandy,
away because she,
Brandy's very fortunate because she has a fantastic elected official that she
Yes.
reports up to.
of course, yes.
And her job is one that she can, that allows her to do that.
But if you said the building is gonna be open from 8 to 4, she can't be here
According
10
to
hours.
what Tina sent me and Leah and Mark, their proposed change will not affect the departments with adjusted hours. Nor does it affect the courts. Because they still get their 8 hours. Now, the courts are a little different, actually. I went to that meeting and Leah was there. And after that meeting, I was much more clear on how they're doing things. And theirs is actually, in many ways, they're 37 and a half hours. But that's okay because they have a right to do that according to the state.
Yeah.
Are you
And
for it, Mike?
Are you for it?
I want departments to be ran the best they can be run.
yes, that's where my head's at.
And if the building can be open from 8 to 5, and people have the flexibility to work an 8-hour shift, whether it's from 7 to 3 or 8 to 4 or 9 to 5, I think would be most beneficial. But it's not my thing. You know, I don't have any skin in the game.
That's why I asked the question about flexibility, because I'd
Yeah.
rather keep the
I'm
building
for it.
open 8 to 5 and have all the flexibility with our
Right,
employees to
for-
cover that,
As long as we have
but I'm not against it.
officials that are like, get your job done, come in whenever.
Some people,
Greg's
some
for it,
people.
I'm for
go
it,
ahead
Tim's
and
for it,
do
Mark's
the
for it, well, let's move on.
There are also other jobs that you have to be here.
Renee and I worked early. The bank closed at 4.
Yeah.
We worked till 6, 7, whatever it took to get the job.
Consistent, we've got 4 yeses, so let's just move on to another topic. You catch that, Pia?
No.
We had 4 yes, so we're moving on to another topic.
I think we
Okay.
have more than 4.
I
Yeah,
mean,
4 is
none of-
what we need.
Theoretically, none of that affects the budget, so really,
No.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't either.
It's something the commissioner's gonna ask that if they presented it.
Not true.
See if any other thing on the list.
Yeah.
2,
Don't worry,
I can't read my writing on another one.
But anyway.
Water usage.
Oh, yeah, that's another question. The youth services center control officers that they asked for an additional, a higher salary, higher than 2% increase.
No.
Wait. She talked through this. Say
I
more.
remember saying it and I didn't even look at it then.
I looked at it.
What do you think?
Why are we not doing it for everyone?
Well, yeah, I'd love to do it for everyone, but I think
That's not
consistent,
realistically.
bring it back to 2% like we got everybody else, because that was the directive, and if we can add more. for
So that
people-
that was an additional $20,000.
Which line item is this?
On my sheet, it's the one that I have highlighted. I don't know what.
Oh, you're in that one. Okay, I'm in a different folder. I'll bring that one up.
Their department.
Look at
is
detention
03.
center, is it line 410? Is it youth care workers? Is that what we're talking about?
No.
Increase for youth care workers.
Which tab are you in?
5% increase, it's
General fund.
11118.
Yeah.
It's 410 if you wanna go to your row.
Line 410 on your spreadsheet.
On your big spreadsheet.
Going back to
Correct.
that one now.
Sorry, I can't work with a big
No, it's
spreadsheet.
okay.
It's too big.
That's the establishment of that floater pool. basis.
But I do like having it all there,
Yeah.
so.
That's why I got people.
This is where we got the floater pool. This is the floater pool thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw money at something unless I see a whole
Yeah.
program.
I love the idea of the floater pool. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know how
Manage it.
we can manage it. And we've got a lot of other stuff that we've got working right now.
I think
That-
if we want a floater pool, this is a conversation we have with Nicole.
And a
Because
work session or something where we can deal with it and know what the bones are about instead
Yeah.
of just throwing money at something.
change it back to 2. That's my consensus.
Do we have Nicole?
be
come back
2%.
more?
You want George?
Do we have Nicole come by? I'm asking Leah.
I think consensus is to cut it right now.
It should be 2%, just like everybody else.
Well,
That's reasonable.
however,
Nikki's
if
texting me.
you're gonna
Hold on,
have
I'm
a
asking her to
pool-
call into Zoom.
I mean, does that to pay another employee to cross-train to give them more money? I don't, until I see a program, I'm reluctant.
well, this is why I think, is that what you're suggesting to have Nicole?
Yeah.
Before finalizing that decision, I don't wanna say no, but I wanna understand it better because somehow the way that they're managing people, I'm not necessarily sure that is the best way to do it. However, the idea of the pool and having people from the youth service center go over to the correction office and vice versa, that attracts me, but they ought to be paid similar,
Yeah, they need to be paid the same.
okay? But I'd like to understand, to make sure that that's gonna happen, just to give them that extra money and for no, and not being any interchanging jobs or anything like that.
I mean,
So
we
maybe
need-
Nicole or Brad or both ought to be here.
Yeah.
Right, we need all those departments that would be participating in that floater pool
Yeah, to come
to
together.
come together, develop the program, say, this is how it's gonna be
Yeah.
used.
Would rather see
This is
that
what we propose.
develop before I putting money towards something.
Yeah,
I
I
think
will
we're,
not support something unless there's a
I think
program.
we're together on that statement, are we not? I mean, they need to be paid the same if it's gonna be working as a pool and they're gonna be interchanging their jobs. However, we need to understand how that's gonna work.
I mean, the sheriff himself said that it would be nice because they get calls for deputies to go out there and do things. And if they were cross-trained that worked at the youth services center, that they could take care of some of the discipline that they're calling deputies for, then it's a win-win for everybody.
I'm not
You
opposed
got
to the
two
concept.
different bosses too, and who's gonna be in charge, and that's,
Correct.
there's so many questions.
That's why I think it needs to be,
A program needs
bigger-
to be established. It doesn't mean to say I need money to create something.
one, it needs to be bigger than just youth
Just,
services.
yeah, just them.
That's why I was like, I just. Wait, oh, she's on.
No.
She's on.
Who's on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so. In
that
the,
Nicole?
yeah, that's Nicole. In the youth service budget for the youth care worker line, it was like a 5% increase to create this potential floater pool. We actually love the idea of a floater pool, but we actually want to see a plan put together. So that's why we're like, and especially if it's gonna go between community corrections adults and the youth. So that's what, if we actually want to put together a floater plan, we think this is more like something you put together and bring to us and be like, this is how it's gonna work across, instead of having the youth service ask for it and be like, hey, well, they're gonna float over here. Like,
First of all, who's gonna get it? Why one salary's one thing, and
Yeah.
other ones are different? And is that gonna support that? We just too many moving parts, just to, actually, Nicole, it's me, just Mark,
Right.
putting money towards a program without knowing the bones of it.
Okay, so it's not just about putting money towards that program. So our direct care staff, the youth care workers that work in the juvenile facility, are actually paid less than our direct care staff that work with the adults in community corrections residential. So one, it's to bring their pay the same, to bring the juvenile direct care staff in line with the adult direct care staff. So hopefully we can retain employees. This will also make it easier when we do create a float pool, that everybody's getting paid the same. So we don't have to differentiate who was getting paid this rate and who's getting paid this rate. They're all getting paid the same when we are able to create a float pool. So it's not necessarily doing it to start this program or to pay for this program. It's to have all of our 24/7 direct care staff in line and getting paid the same.
In theory, I'm not objective to it, but I'm trying to understand it. Is it the same theory as if I was sheriff and I've got all my correction staff and I want to get them trained as money to train them as a deputy? So then I can move them in and out of jail to the street
No,
and back to jail.
Well, that's for the floater. No, what she's saying is, let's pay two people that are doing the same job, one's for youth and one's for adults. Let's get their salaries the
Correct.
same. Is that what you're?
Like taking a corrections
Yes.
officer and giving them a deputy
Okay, you
salary.
have two CROs,
No, no, no.
you have two
No, no, no.
CROs,
No,
you have
different,
one
Mark.
working with
Different.
for BCSC and the other one Flat Rock, okay? And all of a sudden, you switch them over, they ought to be paid the same.
Yeah, so they're trying to get the youth care workers paid the same as the adult care workers. Cause right now they're not paid the same, so it'd be like the old jail correction officers not being paid the same as the new jail correction officers. Cause these are like jobs, it just one's for kids and one's for adults, correct?
Right.
Correct.
So it's not trying to get them to be deputies, it's trying to be like, we have these two people.
The floater is a separate issue, separate idea.
Don't even think about the floater right now. They shouldn't have put the floater in here, but the reason they put the floater in there is then they're paid the same and then they can.
It is
they
a
could-
floater from the fact that one works for youth and the other one works for adult, and they will switch.
Well, we have to move everybody up.
Responsibility.
Yeah,
Or
like-
location.
No,
You're
you're just
asking-
moving to the highest one of the two.
Yeah.
Every day,
What?
I just love
Because
having you
how
on.
many people do we have in the youth service center that will be able to work at the adult correctional office?
To Mark's point earlier, you're probably gonna have more youth care workers that will be able to go work at the adult facility because they have more specific training related to juveniles, but training also regarding correctional facilities. It's gonna be easier to transfer their skill set to the adult side, but we do also have some adult direct care staff that previously worked at the youth services center. So they are also having that, so they could go work there. We can train, we can, say, who wants to be trained to float at the juvenile facility? And then they can go through the specific juvenile training so that they can float as well.
But my question is, how many people do we have in the youth service center that are paid less than those who are in the correctional office in the jail?
In the direct care staff, the top of the range, I believe, and
How many people?
No,
do we-
just the
the
difference.
12, well, the 14 youth care workers are all paid less than the adult residential direct care staff.
12 people. And
But
the
if you cut those two, it would be 12.
12, and the difference between one and the other is how much?
It's bringing their salaries up to them to justify
Yeah.
floating.
Yeah,
It's like the same way I just said, a corrections officer in the jail, bring their salary up to a patrolman so you can ship them out to the street.
yeah, but it's not,
It's the same thing.
I guess technically, but they're the same job. That, like a youth care worker and adult care, they're
They're not the same job. You gotta have different skills to deal with juveniles.
Well, yes.
Actually, you're right. And the juveniles are getting paid less despite those different skills.
So
So how much is that actual increase? I know it's
But then we figured.
4.99, but how much of that 4.99 gets everyone to the same?
You mean 12 to get them up to them?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I've been asking. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, I didn't know I was asking that, okay.
Yeah.
That'd be 2% of me.
You got it. It's your idea. Say it.
Gregory?
But with the increased overtime that the youth services center is paying, aren't they probably making as much or more than what the adult workers are? Because the youth service center is paid $185,000 in overtime.
So far,
Or
between 12 employees, that's 10 grand.
Are youth care workers salary or hourly?
They are hourly.
They're hourly?
Well, they're required to work. I mean, they're required to work. We switched it to a pole position, so they work a 160-hour pay period as
Okay,
opposed to
so
80-hour.
Like deputies?
Yes.
Okay,
He said, Greg.
okay, this has been helpful.
Better than me texting you.
Well, it's just like, no, your texting was fine. I was like, oh, I need you to say this to everyone. Here's our bigger concern, since you're on the phone. The 185,000 we paid in overtime, we realize like, you're trying to cover shifts. So this idea of having a floater pool is actually very appealing. Because it could help us control overtime if we actually have a true floater pool where we move people who are not at overtime hours yet moving. So in my mind, I'm like, let's let's get this raised and control our overtime. But what is the true reason why we can't hire youth care workers and keep them fully staffed? Like, do we not have the skill set in the community? Is there just like, what's the actual problem? Or do you not, is it like 17,000 different problems?
Well, they have to show up for an interview first. And yes. And then it is, I mean, it's stressful. It is, you know, when you've got kids that are on suicide watches and, you know, dealing with their mental health issues and potential violence, like it's stressful and
Not fun.
no, not fun at all. And when you know every shift that you're working, some kid could harm themselves or someone else, and you're responsible for that. And that's a lot on somebody's shoulders.
That's fair.
But doesn't that occur also in the adult side?
It does. It translates to all.
You
It
know,
does, yeah.
Those are, what you're talking about, the stress will be that for similar reasons. It's just the difference is one might be 30 years old and the other might be 10 years old.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was just curious, like, since I've been on council, hiring youth care workers has been a challenge. This is
Yes.
not a new challenge. So
Right.
that's why I was like, is a floating pool even going to help you guys with your challenge? But if they can float between adult or youth, depending on their skills, if they're trained for both, like, what is actually gonna help you guys get these positions filled so we can control the overtime?
Well, I think if we can pay them a little bit more, then they're gonna make, I mean, they can go to, you know, a factory in North Vernon and make more money than they make at the youth services center.
Okay.
But I think, you know, if we have situations like we've had the last couple of weeks or last week where our numbers have been low, we've been able to call people and say, you know, you were scheduled to work this critical shift. We don't have the numbers. We don't need you. You are already going to be an OT. Stay home. We don't need you. Or you have not hit OT hours yet, and you have to use a vacation day because we don't need you here at work today. So you're going to have to use time. We could call over to community corrections and say, hey, do you have any staff that are off today? I've got a person that I don't need today. I can send them over to you. And so maybe then that keeps community corrections from paying somebody overtime to cover that shift.
Okay,
And it keeps us from paying somebody overtime.
I like all of that too. Okay.
But back to the question, I think that Leah had. When you're hiring somebody for the youth center, there are higher requirements than you do for adults, correct? I mean, you have to pass certain, not only exams, but, background checks and that kind of stuff.
Yes, and our youth care workers also have to pass a DCS background check. So they can't have any history with DCS, which is not the same on the adult side either.
Okay, so that's what it is. So if we start paying people in the youth service center the same as those in the jail, and they can switch jobs, we may be able to hire more people in the youth service center than we have been able to this day. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. We would hope, yes. And it would be in the community corrections residential, not the jail, George, just to clarify.
Instead of paying overtime, if you have somebody in the youth service center and you only have 3 kids and you have so many youth service centers, you said, we don't need you here. Instead of saying stay home or use your vacation day, you can also say, go to the jail.
No, not the jail, the
To
adult.
the adult side, excuse me, to the correctional office in the adult side, and you work your shift there instead.
Yes.
And that way, there's no overtime and there's no vacation, and the employee doesn't feel obligated to stay home or to use a vacation day when they may or may not want it. So why have that job when they can go and work in the correctional office for adults?
Question.
Yes.
What is the salary difference per individual between the two different agencies to bring that person up to the same?
I would have to get that back to you. I don't know that number and I don't know that I have it in front of me.
Yeah, it should be in the salary ordinance.
It should be here, Pieka, is that one of your people can?
Across the board, it ought to be 3%.
No, I meant if,
She thinks it's.
if Brad's people's over there, or Rob, if they're paid 47,000 and Nikki's people are paid 45, and I'm just thinking out loud, if it's only like a $2,000 salary difference to bring those up to actually the same pay as Brad, and then let them do this cross-training thing, then they're all in that. But if we go to reduce the two staff and then bring those salaries up to that level and let them do the cross pool, but I'll tell you what the difference is. It makes dollar sense if you do something like that.
What you're saying is one group is getting paid 1,000, the other getting 1,500, so the difference is $500 times 12 people. You know,
I mean, that's, I don't know what the difference is. That's what.
and that will be by month. So, I mean, that's an easy, so what we need to do is look at the salaries, salary ordinance, find out what the youth service center and correctional officers get paid versus the one in the jail, in Rob Casdell's area, all area. I'm not sure who replaced Rob Casdell, that's.
I found the salary ordinance.
On average, it ought to be about $1,750 person, $1,750 person. If we're increasing, if there's a proposal to increase their pay by 5% overall, we said 2% is what we're giving. The other 3% would be the increase, right? To bring them up to equitable numbers. Okay. If our increase is 35,000 is an easier number to divide by 5%. So that would be $7,000 for every 1%. Well, if 2% is $14,000, the other 3 is 21. Okay, 21,000 divided by 12 people is $1,750. That's the average.
$170.
1750. $21,000.
Youth care workers are paid, according to the salary ordinance, anywhere between $17.22 and $23.45 an hour.
I wouldn't do it for that.
I
Youth
wouldn't
care
either.
work 17, top end, 1745.
Top is 23.
It's gonna cost us around $25,000.
What's correct? Do we have?
I'm looking for the corrections.
Right, Mike?
Yeah.
I
said 21, you said
What are,
25, that's good.
what are they called on the adult side?
Should be residential staff
Residential.
or work release staff.
That's across 12 people.
No, that's not what they're called, or I
Yeah,
can't find it.
It's under the 9112 fund on the salary ordinance. And there's a big range
Yeah.
it looks like 50,209 is the top.
And only 36,000.
And they're not hourly?
They're not, no.
So why are youth care workers hourly and residential not?
I don't know the answer to that.
That's fair.
We need to do a little bit more thinking on this. We're not gonna solve this one right now.
Here's where I'm at, like, I would not do this job for what they're paying. So I'm for the
There's
5%.
a lot of stuff in the county that I would not do for what.
Yeah.
Is the maximum that they get paid is 36,290?
To what Nicole just said, like, they have to come in and keep these kids alive. They're on suicide watch. I mean, this is an emotional straining job and we're paying them $17.23 an hour, like.
Oh, am I correct? 1745 per hour for those,
Times 28.
14 employees?
Oh, well, there's a range. It's 17 to 23.
Oh, to 23.
It's about 21. What you say, you said the number earlier. It's about what it is. Cause you take that number from last year's budget, take it times 2%, take it off what they're increasing at 34,000, it's 21,000. So
Well,
you had it bigger.
25,000 plus benefit.
21 to 25,000, somewhere in there.
So-
$47,000.
Do the residential officers get paid overtime?
Yes.
I don't understand what.
How did they base the how do you base overtime on a salary employee?
You don't.
No, she just said that,
You can,
They go beyond 40, it's time and a half.
Yeah.
but
you can program it that way.
If
Some
they're salary, if they're salary, they should not be getting paid overtime. Their
Yeah, how are
salary.
they paid?
It depends on how it's set up.
I don't know.
Mechanisms to do that.
I've heard of people getting straight time after 40 if they're on salary, not time and a half.
okay, so the residential officers, if I back into the math, they're making about $23.90 an hour. So to the point, if we, sorry, I'm doing math fast in my head, sorry. We really want to pay these people similar, and to Nikki's point, the youth folks have to be trained more than the adult folks.
Right.
But we're paying the adult folks more, because they're guaranteed $23.90 an hour.
Right.
I think we just let it stay the way it's budgeted and move forward. It's only costing about 21,000. I mean, it's not,
25.
it's not, or 25.
Yeah.
It's not gonna solve any of our problems, is it,
No.
Leah?
Correct.
No, but I do want us to visit this floater idea, Nicole. So
Yeah,
we
yeah.
Think about this.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna have to address at some point how we pay for
Well-
these people to make the floater pool work.
Okay, let me ask this. We've been talking about consensus. Do we have consensus that we pay both groups the same amount of money?
That's too hard to get there
No.
in this meeting because they're paid differently. They're paid hourly.
Let me rephrase that.
The
That we
way they
pay both
budget.
groups the same way.
If we
Okay.
do, we gotta do some due diligence on figuring out the program and how it's
Well,
gonna.
I
but
think,
that's-
George, what you're saying is that we keep the way they have budgeted, which
Yeah.
results in a 5% increase for those folks. They've already worked on them. So let's just leave it alone where it's at. That's gonna get us closer to what you're talking about. So
True.
Just leave it where it's at, but like Leah says, it's something that still is gonna be on the table for us.
However, I think that both groups, if they're paid by the hour, both groups ought to be paid by the hour. If they're paid by the salary, they're both groups ought to be paid by, as an example.
I mean,
I gotta add to this, okay. So the residential officers and the youth care workers are paid on a 28-day pay period. Whether they're hourly or salary, their hours go by 160 hours in a 28-day period, just like the jail does.
Right.
That is how their overtime is figured. So as long as they have 160 hours at the end of that 28 days.
So they get paid by the hour then.
When it comes to overtime, it's broken down by the
Paid
hour.
By the hour.
yes.
Okay,
And it
so
looks
that's the
like it's
same.
about 69 cents difference
It's
from
not-
what the residential officers are, 69 cents an hour difference. What the youth care the youth care workers based on the residential officers. So you're looking at $1,436 and change
$1,400 for 12 employees.
per employee per year. So which that totals to $20,093
Yeah,
that Pia had in her
When
Right,
you
spreadsheet.
look at
1,000.
salary,
Yeah.
the residential officers, they
That
have a
makes sense.
salary listed. When you look at the youth care workers in the salary ordinance, they have a hourly rate range listed. That's why I'm saying, like, in the salary ordinance, they are not
They're
paid.
not paid the same.
They're both on the poll. That's why I was like, how are we
And
figuring?
I don't know how in the
out-
heck that became that way.
We have that same issue with, in maintenance. Part of their people are hourly, their custodians are hourly, their maintenance workers are salary. It's been that way for eons.
I gotta think about this.
That's.
I see pros and cons both ways, but I also see that only talking 69 cents an hour and to get an equal pay.
I just think you-
Cross train to do that.
About, but. Well, somehow I think we need to correct the salary ordinance to reflect,
I don't think we're gonna do that today.
you know, we're not gonna do it tonight. However, the longer that we procrastinate, the thing will have a lot of legal implications in the future. Could have.
Table this until tomorrow on that, and I got one other thing, if that's okay with everybody, because I got one other thing I want to bring up.
I hope it's not long.
It's not.
Okay.
Nicole?
Nicole,
Thank you.
you've been a blessing. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Text me if you need anything else.
Don't worry, I will.
All right, bye.
Uh,
hanging out. She's like, don't worry, I know you will.
Cleaning that I thought of earlier, was Jenny come in and wanted that stipend.
Yes.
thing.
I,
No. A matter of fact, let me ask, before I say no, is there anybody else that is getting a stipend?
Did you put in for it? Clerk.
No, I did not put in for it.
Thank you.
so.
Well, clerk, but that's different. We talked about
But
that
I will
last
say this, my predecessor, or my successor is gonna need it.
It's good.
Because this shit is getting hard,
Harder, yeah.
harder. I mean, it's hard enough the way it is, but it's gonna be harder. And as I told Mark earlier, in hindsight, I probably should have put in my budget for another accountant. Because we're gonna need one. And maybe we put it in for the 27 budget. I mean, you're losing me.
Well,
I mean, I'm a CPA, I do know a little bit about accounting.
Some people like that doesn't listen.
490, actually 498, because today's law. Yeah.
Here's my actual view on these stipends. Like, I've gone back and forth. I spend too much time in my car driving to my work. So the assessor, right, which is why you call me when you know I'm in my car. I'm actually not against the stipends because two things. Pia's making a point. When we have an elected official who is an actual CPA in the auditor's office, they're saving us money because if our next elected official doesn't understand common accounting practices, like, this could be a struggle.
Not even common
And
anymore.
county doesn't go by GAAP.
No.
I don't follow the logic.
Well, the
But
stipend
if
is
you
the
have
way,
an auditor who doesn't have a CPA, why give him
I'm saying we shouldn't then.
we should not.
So like when I think about, as I'm looking at Pia and I'm thinking about Jenny Whipple, they both have probably saved us some money
Yes.
because in contractors. So I'm actually okay with Jenny Whipple's because it's not coming from general fund. It's coming from her reassessment
Well,
fund.
how about if we do it this way? Any elected official that has certain unique skills get stipend, others do not.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I would actually be for paying.
Jenny already gets extra pay because she's a level 3 assessor.
Totally, but I'm also for her getting the reassessment money because like, it's not general fund, it's her money anyways.
So what is the ultimate,
Reassessment comes from property taxes.
what is the ultimate, recognition for stipend pay?
So the stipend is in the statute because she has to do reassessments, and if she doesn't have the proper certification, she actually has to pay someone to do those reassessments. So she's getting paid to do the extra work of reassessment. That's why they put it in the statute.
Okay.
I've not read the statute on your stipend.
I haven't either.
Let me find it. I'll tell you what her
It's
stipend is.
$2,500.
But it's for.
Reassessment
Well,
specifically.
but the stipends in general are for people who have a special set of skills / certification
The stipends
to
are
go
for
above,
extra work they have to
to
do
go
above,
above the normal.
which is why like the
Did
election
you
one.
say 500 a month or 500 a year?
2,500.
A year.
What I'm eligible for is 2,500 a year. I think that's probably,
Peanuts.
no, it's probably like wartime salary because I have to sit in these meetings.
Oh my gosh.
498 days.
Yeah.
Was it $5,000 she put in?
She paid $5,000 for this year and for next year.
Wait, 10 or was it
wanted
25?
to
How
make
many-
She went
She
retroactive.
wanted, she wanted.
We can't do the retro, in my opinion, but I think maybe we should consider, I'm kind of getting with Lee,
But
I've been
is-
back and forth.
Is 5,000 the appropriate number for?
5,000 is what's allowed in the statute.
So that's like the maximum.
There's Jenny.
Oh, there's
It
Jenny.
has to be. The statute actually calls for a per diem. It doesn't say what amount. The level 3 certification gives a specific amount that county or councils may appropriate. But this stipend is from my perspective, it's because I do extra work that previous assessors have never done in this office. We're one of about 10% of the counties that do the reassessment work, most of them contracted. I save the county a ton of money every year by the work that I do and the training I'm doing to my staff. And I think I deserve it, and that's why I put in for it, and I would appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Pia's is hazard pay.
We're sitting in these meetings.
Required attendance at additional meetings, meetings held outside of usual work hours, and increased workload volume, or any other relevant factor as determined by the county fiscal. So I would call it hazard pay.
Okay.
I mean, Pia called it what it was.
That's her stipend, and it can be up to, wait, no, let me get it right. Not to exceed $2,500 in a year. And it's Indiana Code 36-2-2-11 or Indiana Code 36-2-3-6. If anyone wants to go read the Indiana Code tonight with me.
You did really good at looking those up.
That was really on the beach on vacation. reading
Sometimes.
Indiana Code.
Are you,
Sometimes.
then, are you
I love
proposing,
Indiana Code.
you proposing Jenny's and 26 and also Thea and 26 not to exceed that is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
that's what I'm saying.
All
Yeah,
right.
I agree with that, but no retroactivity. I don't like that retroactivity.
Okay.
Marcus,
So say it again, 5?
no, 25 for Jenny and 26.
No. 25 for Pia, 5 for Jenny,
Correct.
for 2027.
Correct.
26,
26.
whatever year it is next year.
26.
Are you gonna do the full 5?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it could,
She
what
asked
she
for
put in
10.
for was 10. We're gonna do the 5.
Oh,
for
she
20.
put in for 10. I thought she put in for 25 for.
Yes, correct.
No, 5 for this year, 5 for previous year.
And then we need to keep it for those who are qualified like Jenny.
But we also need to remove it if we are gonna outsource some
Correct.
and not the
Right.
budget.
Right, we have to remember this whenever Jenny's not.
Well, we will, because it's a different line item, right, Pia?
Yes.
Are you guys adding this stuff in?
If I may,
Yeah.
I can give you qualifications that an assessor would have to get that per diem. I think about 3 years ago when I asked for it, I provided that. There are some specific qualifications that, like experience, like an IAAO designation, like, that you could put in for that to happen.
And let's put that, yeah, that would be great. And if you could provide that to, PS organization so they can be put in the salary ordinance, would be great. And that way we will not have any confusion in the future with any elected official who feels behind her.
Very good. Thank you, Jenny.
So did we get consensus then?
Yes, I think so.
All right.
And we call recession until tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Yes, I have not gotten, well, hold on, I haven't gotten the bond numbers yet. But anyways,
Let's talk that tomorrow. Get
yeah,
that
no,
started.
I'm just telling, I was gonna
Don't
try
make
to
it huge
email.
tonight.
Okay, what are we doing with all the other departments that we have not?
That,
run
well,
through?
Tomorrow.
I'm hoping that tomorrow,
We can walk through each
like
one.
we had for today, that we can have, where are we on the decisions that we have made, or the consensus that we have arrived to today? And where does that come out from a total budget point of view? And then when we get the total budget, we can say, we feel good about it, or we don't, and we have to go back and cut, or increase, or whatever we need to do.
So the spreadsheet that I gave you this morning, that when we started today, felt like this morning. That I can make changes to that in real time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we can do that. So if you decide to,
Yes,
so,
however.
so for example, the changing what we just changed, I can do that on the fly.
As we go.
As
We can do the seated money and the other monies that we wanted to flop around on the fly.
Yeah, for the most part.
Are we good for today?
Yeah, I'm gonna email you. I did get bond. She sent it to my Gmail because I couldn't remember my county email. I forgot I gave it. Sorry. I'm always like, is it L dot, L buyer?
It's logged in LDOT and then emails.
That's why I'm always like twitchy. I'm like, just send it to my Gmail because I know what that one is.
Well, that's because of the IT department is kind of slow in getting those things.